Thank you, Chairman Bukes and members of the committee. Good evening. I'm here to explain in 7 minutes how radiation from cell phones and cell phone towers, like all forms of electromagnetic radiation, penetrate into the body, may damage cells, and potentially cause disease. But first, let me preface my talk by stating that I'm a practicing board-certified diagnostic radiologist who, like all radiologists, trained in radiation physics. I spend my days interpreting the images created by exposing the human body to different forms of radiation. In healthcare, radiation can be used to treat and diagnose disease like cancer, but can also cause disease and is therefore tightly regulated. Following are some pictures and videos I'd like to present to make a point. This is a chest X-ray. We are able to obtain this image because X-rays produced by an X-ray machine penetrate through the patient's chest and expose a plate on the opposite side of the body. X-rays are a form of electromagnetic radiation. In this image, you can see the finger glowing red when it is placed on a bright light. This is because light, like X-rays, can penetrate through the body's tissues. Light is a form of electromagnetic radiation. By placing a body in a strong magnetic field and subjecting it to pulses of radiofrequency radiation, we are able to get images like this one from an MRI of the shoulder. This technology is possible because both magnetic fields and radiofrequency radiation, just like light and X-rays, penetrate through the body and affect atoms and molecules. Now, this graphic depicts the continuum of frequencies that comprise the electromagnetic spectrum, and I placed the 3 images in the respective frequency bands. Microwaves and millimeter waves produced by the 5G network are demarcated by this sun. These frequencies also penetrate into the body. As you know, there are 3 bandwidths of frequency in the 5G network. The highest frequency band includes frequencies between 20 and 40 gigahertz. A meter recently became available to the public for the high frequency band detection. I'm going to show you a couple of brief videos demonstrating the use of this detector. I took these videos with my cell phone in airplane mode, and there were no other sources of 5G radiation and no Wi-Fi in the house. Now, if you look at this first video, which was taken in an interior room, you'll see the green indicator light is on, and the display reads less than 5 microwatts per meter squared. This is background. In this next video, you can see outside the front door of this home, there is a pole-mounted 5G small cell across the street. If I take out the detector and I turn on the volume, you can see that the radiation emitted from this small cell is erratic but continuous. The maximum tower density coming from the antenna on this front stoop is over 10,000 microwatts per meter squared. In this final video, you see radiation exposure one would receive in a 3rd floor bedroom with the window closed while lying on the bed. You can still hear the detector is picking up radiation, and while lying in bed, the person is still receiving a dose or power density of over 700 microwatts per meter squared. All forms of electromagnetic radiation penetrate the body. Some frequencies penetrate deeper than others. Unfortunately for all of us, and I do mean all of us, government regulations are still based on research performed by Hermann Schwann, a distinguished scientist who in 1953 said that heating effects should be used to determine safety limits for microwave radiation. I remember my father telling me when he was in college in 1953, he had heard over the cafeteria loudspeaker that Watson and Crick had discovered DNA. Yes, we've learned a lot since 1953. One of those things is that non-thermal effects occur in the body from non-ionizing radiation. Scientific studies have repeatedly shown that exposure to radiofrequency radiation can cause individual cells in the body to become stressed. The longer a cell is stressed, the greater the likelihood it may malfunction. You might think that the term stress implies a manageable state and that it's not a big deal, but let me clarify. Stress weakens the body's tissues. Just as stress can cause a bridge to collapse, stress can cause a bone to fracture, an ulcer to develop, or an organ system to fail. When cells undergo stress, unfortunate things can happen. Membranes which protect the cell and control the cell's internal environment can become damaged, causing the cell to lose its ability to function and put the cell's life at risk. The cell's mitochondria can become damaged, and produce less energy and run less efficiently. If one continues to eat the same amount, but his or her cells can't use that food efficiently, they will gain weight and become obese. Proteins in the stressed cell can become damaged and denatured. This may sound esoteric, but consider that many diseases now common in our population, like Alzheimer's disease, Lewy body dementia, and amyloidosis, are all associated with protein denaturation. And importantly, when the cell is stressed, its DNA can become damaged, which can lead to mutations and possibly cancer. The impact of malfunctioning cells on one's clinical health status is determined by which cells and organs are damaged. If the thyroid gland is damaged, one will have clinical manifestations from abnormal thyroid function, including increased risk for cardiac arrhythmia. If radiation exposure affects white blood cells, it can cause immune dysfunction, making one more susceptible to disease. If the brain is affected, one may experience confusion, memory loss, ringing in the ears, vertigo, insomnia, and other symptoms. If a man's testicles are exposed, testosterone levels can drop, and sperm can become damaged, lose motility, and experience DNA fragmentation. Yes, there are many, many more examples of health effects associated with exposure to radiofrequency radiation described in the literature, and these conditions are becoming more and more prevalent as technology becomes more pervasive. One final point. I've heard it mentioned that the high-frequency band of 5G doesn't or shouldn't penetrate more than a few millimeters into the skin. Whether or not this is true, the thyroid gland is often only a few millimeters deep to the skin surface, and so are the testicles. Interfering with the function of these glands can cause systemic endocrine dysfunction, and in addition, many important cells, including red blood cells and immune cells, are just below the skin surface. Radiation doesn't need to go deep to cause damage. Thank you.
My name is Blake Levitt. I'm a medical and science journalist, a former New York Times writer, and the author of a book that won an award on this subject, and the editor of another. And I'm also the communications director for the Berkshire Litchfield Environmental Council, which is a rare organization that started in the 1970s and pays attention primarily to the environmental effects of infrastructure. And so I have a long history with this subject as a writer. And what I'd like to begin with is to remind Stanford that you have a very, very interesting history when it comes to this in the 1980s and the 1990s with radiofrequency radiation. You were actually the first municipality in the nation, and as far as I know, the last one in the nation, to actually have your health department review all radiofrequency applications before they were approved by any land use board. Dr. James McBride, who was a MD, and Phyllis Erlinson measured ambient background levels before and after RF facilities were erected. The program unfortunately faded after they retired in the late 1990s. But if that data still exists, either at the health department or with the land use boards, you have a very, very good a set of data there that would make excellent baselines to compare against any future readings. Until the 1970s, states could actually, or until the 1990s, states could actually write their own RF standards. Massachusetts was the first to adopt a very stringent Russian standard, while Connecticut adopted 1,000 times more lenient industry IEEE standard. The Telecommunications Act of '96 preempted key state powers, as we've been reminded already, but not all of them, and others will address that more closely after this. Small cells are actually changing everything at the local level. Before the Land Use Board of Representatives is the proposal that's been described that took 2 years, five towns to hammer out with the telecom providers and the court arbitrator. Clearly, much work went into this, and there was a lot of thought that went into it, and all sides were attempted to be represented. Although everybody that you're hearing from tonight, these perspectives have been left out. about. And classic mistakes were made regarding too little information that was provided to you, in my opinion, and a very narrow interpretation of existing laws. Others will address you on that tonight. The decision made here, whenever that comes about, has the ability to affect statewide land use laws and much farther beyond, depending on how far you want to take this. Stanford has the opportunity to actually get this right and perhaps even change national law. The group of speakers tonight has in-depth knowledge that is rarely available at the local level. Please make good use of us if you're inclined to do so. In a nutshell, this story, I'm begging you, don't fall for conspiracy nuttiness. There's just way too much of that out there. There are very good reasons why people are concerned about 5G and small cells positioned close to where people live and work. We are actually in an exponential infrastructure leap that creates exposures unlike any we have ever experienced before in kind, duration, and intensity. There are major, major holes at federal and state agencies that leave all living things vulnerable to novel genotoxins that increase daily as new tech is introduced. RF is actually a form of energetic air pollution if it was regulated as such. Um, uh, I'd like to call your attention to an amicus brief that Senator Blumenthal wrote in 2004. Problems at the FCC have been known for decades. FCC is not a health agency. It defers to outside entities, yet it controls exposures. Interestingly enough, they control for environmental exposures, but any standards that exist are for humans only. There are no standards to protect the environment. Don't fool yourselves on that one. It would make a very good legal challenge. In 2004, then Connecticut Attorney General Richard Blumenthal wrote an amicus curiae brief for a petition for certiorari at the U.S. Supreme Court for petitioner EMF Network. The brief strongly pointed out the dereliction of FCC's duty when it has the awesome power to protect, yet refuses to take current science into consideration. That brief was almost 20 years ago, and nothing has changed at FCC. Today, there are no agencies to advise FCC other than the FDA, which has jurisdiction over devices like cell phones, not ambient exposures from infrastructure like towers and small cells. The Stanford Board of Representatives is therefore working in a serious state and federal vacuum, and certainly has the right to challenge it, in my opinion. Theodora Scarato from the Environmental Health Trust will address this, and so will others. In 2010, I and Dr. Henry Lai, who is a world-class researcher, investigated the vanishingly low-level effects near cell towers, low-level effects in the literature that would be comparable to anyone living near a cell tower, and certainly a small cell. That 2010 paper was the first to tease out the vanishingly low-level biological effect studies that are comparable to ambient far-field exposures near infrastructure. This is exactly the information needed to establish health effects patterns for today's chronic low-level exposures. Unfortunately, that information is usually lost to public health policy because it gets sort of averaged away in meta-analysis. Culling the right information goes far beyond accusations of cherry picking. You have to know exactly what you're doing if you're going to wander into a whole new area of exploration. Our 2010 paper was published by Canada's National Research Council Press, and it directly challenged the status quo. It has had over 70,000 downloads, believe it or not, which is unheard of in an academic publication. We then applied that same approach along with Albert Manville, who's a renowned wildlife biologist, to non-human species after determining that there was, in fact, enough data on measured rising ambient levels to match the low-level effects literature to non-human species. That was also something that had never been done before. Humans are not the only species impacted. The primary concern of the Stanford BOR is for human health, but that fits into a much larger environmental envelope. The FCC has never conducted NEPA reviews for RF or 5G, which is required by federal law. In fact, FCC has tried to eliminate involvement with all NEPA reviews, including the increasing satellites filling the lower atmosphere, radiating back to every area of the planet today. The state of Connecticut has not requested a NEPA review, nor conducted any environmental assessments regarding 5G small cell buildouts. These are serious emissions at the federal and state levels, given what is known about unique sensitivities of other species to non-ionizing radiation and their very unusual physical characteristics adapted over eons to very low levels of perceptual abilities that they rely on for humans for survival. What adversely affects the environment and non-human species eventually affects humans too. The environment, the total environment, must be considered when it comes to these exposures. All living things have evolved within a matrix of natural ionizing electromagnetic fields. It has long been known that the geomagnetic field is needed to coordinate embryonic development in many species and provides directional information for many migratory species, including birds, fish, turtles, and insects. Highly sensitive natural mechanisms are widely found in many non-human species in specialized electroreceptor cells that enable living organisms to detect the presence and immediate changes in environmental fields at very low intensities. Many species can be easily disturbed by the presence of unfamiliar, low-intensity man-made fields. 5G is different. Man-made fields use unusual signaling characteristics, odd waveforms, and modulations at intensities that are simply not found in nature. But 5G utilizes for the first time even more novel signaling characteristics that some of the other speakers will address, and higher frequencies that are capable of affecting insect populations in particular. Nothing like 5G has ever been used before in broad civilian applications. 5G is being deployed without environmental review of any kind. Biological disturbance happens at very low intensities to unfamiliar fields, far below even the Earth's geomagnetic field, similar to natural cellular biocurrent. And novel EMF exposures do not allow living organisms to adjust. Signaling characteristics change rapidly as new technologies are constantly being developed. Species cannot adapt or evolve with them. Insects are the most vulnerable. What impacts insects certainly impacts all of us. 5G in particular may impact insect populations as millimeter wave frequencies couple maximally with some insects. Insects the size of fruit flies reach peak absorption in the upper microwave bands. Both thermal and non-thermal effects will likely occur with 5G. Honeybees are also well modeled. 5G is particularly lethal to honeybees, and there are some studies that are listed in the bottom of the slides if anyone wants to check further. Insects are very inefficient thermoregulators and are particularly vulnerable to temperature changes. New exposure regulations in Europe allow for higher RF exposures in the 5G ranges and are expected to top heating thresholds even for humans. US regulations already allow higher exposures in 5G frequencies. We are flirting with catastrophic impacts from insect deaths alone, capable of punching holes in the entire food web. The human food supply is also endangered by this. These were the studies that I referred to that we then went on to extrapolate when we realized there was enough research to extrapolate to ecosystem levels. That had never been done before. These papers are being very widely read, and I refer people to them if they so choose. Dr. Lai and I also, in the last year, have written peer-reviewed papers on the roles of intensity, exposure, duration, and modulation, and a more recent paper on cellular and molecular effects to non-ionizing radiation. What we generally found was that certainly there was enough research in all 5 animal kingdoms and taxa studied. Dr. Lai broke out extensive tables for anyone who in the wildlife, if you care to pursue them, and we ended up citing over 1,000 studies in the 3 papers, and with more being added all the time. No one had compared the rising levels with low-level literature before. There was a wealth of data that led to the ecosystem perspective. One of the things that we discovered in reviewing this research was that a very clear pattern emerged when it came to the flora studies. Plants, trees, and seeds respond positively to natural static ELF fields like the Earth's geomagnetic field, but they adversely react to the alternating current power line frequencies, and they especially don't like RF. This is particularly relevant for any city concerned with urban forestry, with parks and tree cover in a warming world. Small cells bring RF very close to flora. Expect defoliation. There are some devastating photos from Europe of slow tree dieback after cell antennas were installed. The Environmental Health Trust has those, and an excellent website for people to refer to. Increases in ambient levels between the 1980s and today directly parallel unprecedented species losses, among other factors like climate change. Then I threw up one slide that shows wildlife reviews for anyone if they want to pursue them. The work is there. These are major reviews that most environmentalists and regulators are unaware of. All of this research is out there, and then I have some information about what can be done nationally and what Stanford can do. If anyone wants to ask me about that later, I have some good ideas for you that you might want to consider, because there are holes in the review process that occurred both at Pura and things that have been left out that are actually reflected in what should be a very good model for the state in terms of small cell buildouts, and in my estimation turns out not to be. And I yield back. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank the representatives, and I want to thank this esteemed group for putting this meeting together. I don't know if you appreciate quite how monumental it is, frankly. We welcome the opportunity to talk to an informed public about the important issue before you, which is what information do we have currently, and how shall we proceed to protect ourselves and our families when it comes to what we know about non-ionizing radiation. And I will introduce briefly who I am and who Environmental Health Trust is. I direct a nonprofit think tank. Its chairman is Hugh Taylor, who is the chairman of OBGYN at Yale Medical School. And it includes a number of distinguished members of the board, including Frank Clegg, the former chair of Microsoft Canada. Our distinguished executive director will be speaking with you in a moment, and she is a truly expert on what is happening in the United States and around the world as communities grapple with the need to provide telecommunications in a way that is safer for all of our residents. And I want to stress that we really haven't heard much about children here today. But just as Blake Levitt told you about the vulnerability of trees and bees, please remember that we do a lot to protect our kids. We give them seatbelts, and we give them special baby carriages and bike helmets. And if you travel with a youngster nowadays, you're carrying a whole armadillo of things that you have to help these children with. Well, the reality is we protect the brain of the child because we know it's special and it's developing fast and it needs that protection. I have a slide here that I'm not going to go over, except to tell you that I have been working in science for more than 40 years. And I feel that this is one of the most important, underappreciated public health issues that the world faces today. What I want to talk to you now about is the fact that the FCC limits for every single phone and every single device and every single tower have not been changed since 1996. And those limits, as Blake Levitt alluded to, as Dr. Brown indicated, were based on old data set by the Soviets and studies of male monkeys and male rats in the 1980s that were deprived of food and they wanted to see how hungry they had to get. They learned how to use a lever to get food when they were starving, and they wanted to see how hot they would get to stop seeking food when they had already been deprived of food. That was the test, and they measured the temperature of those animals with a rectal probe. And based on that test, the FCC set limits for a 6-minute phone call originally. Those limits did not address chronic biological effects, and they did not address real-world exposures, and they particularly did not address the vulnerability of children nor that of the environment. Now, the DC Court of Appeals actually heard our case when we sued the FCC, saying, how can you tell us that standards that were then 25 years old are relevant to current technology? And the US Court of Appeals, the District of Columbia, determined that we were correct and ruled that the FCC's policies on standards for testing phones and other devices were, quote, arbitrary and capricious, and that the testing procedures, particularly as they relate to children and long-term exposures, were a, quote, complete failure. And that's a quote from the court decision. I share with you the fact that the court found that the FCC had failed to provide evidence of properly examining long-term exposure, children's vulnerability, the testimony of people injured by radiation sickness, and impacts to the developing brain and reproductive system. Now, I share this with you because the judge at the beginning may not have been aware of this decision. The fact is, the hands of localities are not tied in knots, and there are options, as you will hear from Theodore Scarrato, and you will hear from Mr. Sandry, who is an attorney who formerly lived and worked in Stanford and can tell you what the story is about what's going on with regulation today. There's no question that we evolved as part of the electromagnetic spectrum, but the levels of exposure today are literally trillions of trillions times more than they were when life first evolved. And I want to make sure you understand this. Right now, you, if you wanted to, as a municipality, cannot purchase insurance to protect you from damages that might occur from towers that you could build or any other wireless exposures that might be created. Since 1997, Lloyd's of London has refused to cover any health damages from electromagnetic fields. And in 2019, before the pandemic, Swiss Re had a private consulting group advise it, and they declared that 5G was off the leash and uninsurable, the same category that was once occupied by asbestos. When it comes to what we do know about radiofrequency radiation and DNA damage, studies have been done, not in the United States, I should add, on DNA in persons residing close to base stations, such as the ones you will be soon asked to approve. And those base stations, it was found that they had a control group of people who lived more than 300 meters away, approximately 1,300 feet, and those who lived within 80 meters, meaning approximately 250 feet. And what they found was that people who lived closer to those towers had significant increased damage in their bloodstream. In their bloodstream, I want to stress, this is not a survey asking people whether they had headaches. This was an actual demonstration of blood effects. And there were a number of biochemical markers in the blood that were found to be elevated, consistent with what we call degenerative processes, inflammatory processes, the same kinds of things that are thought to be precursors to cancer, including DNA damage. The majority of research on cell phone radiation has in fact shown damage from that frequencies that we study. Radiofrequency radiation increases oxidative effects. Free radicals are formed, and these can have been associated with a whole host of genetic and neurological damage. And these studies, that this was a publication in the Journal of the American Medical Association that confirmed that the majority of research in this field does find positive effects. This is one study that was done modeling what 5G exposures will be if this was Austin, Texas. The map on your left here with the green and red shows you what the current exposure is with the LTE network. And that involves towers that are located generally tall on buildings and away from people. That is what they're supposed to be located. If 5G were to be implemented in Austin, you see on the right with all of the red, the indication of how much greater the exposure will be. And based on this study, which was published by the IEEE, which is the Professional Electrical Engineers, this study said that 5G mobile networks cannot yet be classified as safe. And that study was among many that was ignored by the FCC. If you look at this imaging here, this is the virtual family, which is used in medicine today to set standards for surgery and for testing of devices. You can see by the greater absorption of the yellow and red in the child, a child will absorb much more radiation than an adult. And think about that if you had bombardment with multiple 5G beamforming antennas. This is a simulation of the absorption into the brain and eyes of the child. As you look at this video, you'll see that the yellow is moving into the eyes and into the frontal lobe of this 6-year-old. And I can assure you the exposure into the child is in fact much greater, as you might imagine, than the adult. The children have thinner skulls, they absorb more radiation, they're growing more quickly, their brains contain more fluid, and for all of those reasons, they will absorb more. Now, because insects were mentioned before by Blake Levitt, I want to just share with you this paper that was published in 2018 that shows what she was talking about. On the far right side, you see the far greater absorption into the body of the honeybee with the higher frequencies, and this frequency in the middle and the left are the frequencies to the right, rather, the frequencies that will be involved with 5G. So people concerned with insects are deeply concerned about the prospect of that exposure. This is Connecticut. You have a great senator here. And I will leave you this quote from Senator Blumenthal from 2019, where he said, "I believe the American people deserve to know what the health effects are. We are flying blind here."
So there really is no research ongoing. We're kind of flying blind here, so far as health and safety is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What happens when thousands of these cells begin appearing near schools, community centers, homes, and workplaces? And what happens to the workers who are up there repairing them? What happens to the folks who are walking by them every day, school children? And the younger the children, the more susceptible to the radio frequencies they may be.
And we echo that view. And now I would conclude, if I may, with this. This is an image from 1994 when the 7 CEOs of the largest American tobacco companies swore before Congress that there was no evidence linking tobacco with poor health. And now I want you to see this scene that I'm going to show you, hopefully, from a movie that was shown in 2004 called "Thank You for Smoking."
So be straight with me. Is it true?
It could be. No,
Well,
come
very,
on.
very
no
few
scientific
cases.
proof
There
at
was
all.
an unfortunate
It's really a
incident out in
complicated
Iowa.
situation.
Look, gentlemen, practice these words in front of the mirror. Although we are constantly exploring the subject, currently there is no direct evidence that links cell phone usage to brain cancer.
Now, I'm a brain cancer epidemiologist, it so happens, and a toxicologist. And I can tell you this: studying brain cancer is very difficult, and it's not something that's easily done. And the issue of brain cancer and cell phones will not be scientifically resolved in my lifetime. But we already know, as you've heard from Dr. Brown, and you will hear from others here, that cell phone radiation and tower radiation damages DNA, increases reactive oxygen species and causes a host of effects that have been demonstrated to impair public health and the environment. I urge you to consider this as you move ahead in your deliberations. And I thank you again for having the wisdom and the courage to take on this issue.
Well, good evening, and thank you for inviting me to this forum. I was asked to participate tonight because of my service on a formal state commission in New Hampshire, the guys to the north, a commission that was tasked with exploring the health and environmental impacts of wireless radiation. It seems to be pretty relevant to what we're talking about tonight. It's important to note that at the time I joined the commission, I did not believe that low-level wireless radiation exposure, the type you get from your cell phone or a cell tower, was particularly harmful. That was the conventional and is the conventional wisdom for people working in my field. And it's a viewpoint that's routinely reinforced by industry, as Dr. Davis just mentioned. However, my beliefs about the safety of wireless radiation soon changed after beginning to work with the commission. So there are two key takeaways that I'm hoping you'll get from what I'm about to say. One is that low-level wireless radiation is harmful to both humans and the environment. And the second takeaway, and I'm saying this as a radio frequency engineer, but it's more positive, my second message, and that is by implementing more protective designs and ordinances, we can continue to use our digital devices with far less harm than the harm we're being exposed to today. So I'll go now into my slides, which I'm using to provide references for some of the topics, and you should already have access to them. So I'm going to have to fly through the material because I'm going through over a year of a commission finding, and I'm going to be doing it in a relatively short period of time. So please bear with me as I try to speed through my material. So what I want to do next is share my slides. And here we go. It should work. I'm assuming that you can see my slides right now. Okay, so the first question I would like to address is, why was the commission that I served on formed in the first place? Well, this happened back in 2019, and the legislators were hearing from their constituents that we're being harmed by wireless radiation, and we have the scientific evidence to prove it. And these same legislators were hearing from industry that, no, there's no harm whatsoever, and you need to put more facilities in your state in order to be financially competitive. So what the legislators did is they formed a commission. And that forming a commission in New Hampshire is not a small deal. You have to come up with a bill, you have to get it approved by both houses of the legislature, and get it signed by the governor, which they did. So that's why they formed the commission. And then as far as who served on the commission besides me, we ended up with 13 commissioners, and these were independent people. None of them were paid except for the people who were working for telecom. We had some 3 individuals that were associated with telecom on the commission. And so they were paid, but the rest of us weren't. We were doing it free as volunteers. And I believe, had a great deal of independence because of that. So we had the expertise, and that expertise was spelled out in the legislation. And by the way, all of these hyperlinks are active. So if you get my slides and want to find out about anything that I'm talking about that's hyperlinked, just click on it and it'll bring you to the right page. And so we had backgrounds in, medicine, like 2 physicians, physics, toxicology, electromagnetics, epidemiology, biostatistics. We certainly had the right expertise to answer the questions that were being posed to us as a commission. Well, what were those questions? Well, one of them you heard from Dr. Davis already, and that is, why does the insurance industry recognize wireless radiation as a risk but won't insure against it? That certainly is a red flag. Why are there hundreds of peer-reviewed, perhaps thousands of peer-reviewed studies showing harm, and they're being ignored by the FCC in setting limits? Now, these are some of the questions. I won't go into the rest of them because we're limited on time, but we were posed with a number of questions and we were able to answer them. And you'll be hearing more about that in just a few slides.
I love it.
So the sources of information, this is how we did our study. We did a peer-reviewed literature search, as you'd expect. And so what we also, I have to acknowledge that not all peer-reviewed literature it contains the truth. So a big part of what we did, and that's where the commission vetted part comes in, was to look at the information that we had, look at the peer-reviewed journals that showed harm, and determine whether or not they were viable. Were they quality journals? And I worked with our college librarian who had a PhD in library sciences to make sure that anything that we used in the commission was from a quality journal. We also invited people from regulatory agencies, the FCC, the FDA, the EPA. Please come meet with us and help us understand the risks and understand how the regulatory process with regards to radiation exposure. Well, the bottom line is nobody showed up. We had email exchanges with them. They sent us to websites, but they did not answer the specific questions that we asked them. So that's we tried to bring them in and they didn't come. So we also brought in outside experts, worldwide experts recognized for their understanding of the relationship between wireless radiation exposure and health. And of the 9 experts we brought in, all 8 of them, said that, oh yeah, there is harm. And they documented what that harm was and how they came to the conclusion of harm. The one outside expert who said, no, there's no harm whatsoever, was the one presenter from the telecommunications industry. And by the way, that was the only presenter that was paid to come speak with us. All of the other speakers came on a voluntary basis. So those are the sources of information. In terms of the outcome of our studies, a peer-reviewed literature search, we did identify hundreds of top-tier publications that showed harm from low-level, and I want to stress that, low-level wireless radiation exposure. That's the type of exposure you get from your cell phone or from living near a cell tower. So hundreds of them that did show a significant health risk from being exposed. And then as of 2020, and by the way, the person who wrote this review that's linked here is Dr. Henry Lai who was mentioned earlier. And the vast majority of those peer-reviewed publications showed harm from exposure. In particular, one of the harms, and there's something that demonstrates the mechanism for that harm, is that you have an increase in free radicals which create oxidative damage in your cells. And Dr. Brown mentioned that, as did Dr. Davis. So the vast majority of those publications did show harm, and it showed an effect from exposure to wireless radiation. Now, these 2 bullets are very important because if you listen to people from the telecommunications industry, and I've heard lots of their presentations, their claim is that the only peer-reviewed journal articles that show harm are those that are cherry-picked from fringe journals. And what these 2 bullet points show is no, you don't have to cherry-pick. They're readily available, those articles from top-tier journals that do show harm. Just briefly mention here that, I'm talking about the oxidative stress causing free radicals in your body. That leads to a host of diseases. And here are some of them. So what I've done here, again, you can take the slides and click on these links. And what they do is they show an association between the disease listed and wireless radiation exposure. This is just a very partial list. But what it demonstrates is that there is that association, and it's caused by oxidative stress, which leads to inflammation. Chronic inflammation can lead to cancer and the host of diseases shown. And I think everybody listening here realizes that these diseases that are posted, that are shown on this slide, are on the rapid increase in this country right now. So something else to point out, and this is something that the commission was well aware of, is that this association between disease and wireless exposure occurred at exposure rates below the FCC limits. So that begs the question is, how were those limits determined? And now you heard this already from Dr. Davis, but I'd like to go over it again. I had to see this a few times before it really sank in. How were the current FCC exposure guidelines set? As you already heard, they happened back in the 1980s, and they were based on studies on 8 rats and 5 monkeys. And anybody familiar with epidemiology or clinical studies of any sort know that you want to get as many large an N as possible, as many subjects as possible. So here we're dealing with 13 animals. And there's a reference here that describes it in greater detail if you want to know that detail. So the assumption was that it's only heating effects that causes the problem. It's not the long-term chronic effects, which we now know is a problem. It's a problem that's not acknowledged by industry. And so because you're only looking at, or they only looked at acute problems in coming up with these guidelines, they only looked at studies that were an hour or less. Now we're talking about the exposures that we're getting 24/7 to set those guidelines. They only looked at a 1 hour or less. So what was pointed out, and I'll just click through these in the interest of time, is that they took these animals that had been trained to push a lever to get food, and they put them in a room. They were food deprived. They put them in a cage and kept ramping up the electromagnetic fields that they were exposed to till the point where they could no longer perform that very simple task of pushing the lever to get food, even though they were starving. So they took that and declared that as being the upper limit for exposure. And then they divided that number by 50. In the case of workers, they only divided that by 10. But for the population in general, they took that upper limit, the point at which monkeys even got burns on their faces from the very high exposure, divided it by 50 and said, that's fine. That's okay for the public in general. This is why I wanted you to see it a second time, because it's just so important and it's so very wrong. So that's where those guidelines came up from. So if you hear anybody talking about FCC guidelines and, well, we're within compliance, this is what they're talking about. It's woefully inadequate. And that safety factor, they call it, of 50, that's not based on any relative risk. It's an arbitrary number. That somebody said, well, let's use a number of 50, and that should be adequate. So moving right along, we as a commission were saying, well, what's going on here? How come the FCC isn't protecting us? And we came across this study. This is not from some conspiracy website. This is from the Harvard University Center for Ethics. And the title says it all. Captured Agency, How the Federal Communications Commission is Dominated by the Industries it Presumably Regulates. And then the quote there is also good. I really recommend looking at this article. It's actually a report, because it really documents what's going on. How could a federal agency that's out there to protect us ignore all this important information and ignore the harm that's clearly going on? So getting to finally the conclusions, and this is just an abbreviated list. We have a final report. It's 390 pages, but you can really get the gist of it in the first 20 pages or so. So it's got a link here. You click on it and you can get the report. And the first bullet is one that I don't think will surprise you based upon what I've said so far and the previous speakers. Wireless radiation, which includes 5G and Wi-Fi, poses a significant threat to human health and the environment. So you heard about that, how it impacts insects and flora and fauna. It's true. Electrohypersensitivity, called EHS, it's real. It's an illness that's caused by radiation, and it debilitates people. So if somebody has EHS, they cannot go into a room with an operating Wi-Fi or with cell phones in operation. They can't do it. It's serious, and it's real, and it's recognized by the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. but it's completely ignored by industry. When you talk to them about electromagnetic hypersensitivity, they say, oh, well, it's all in their heads. We as a commission found that it is not in their heads. It's real and it's very serious. Also, there's a claim wireless communication is energy efficient. It's not. It's very inefficient, particularly when you compare it to wired communication. Wireless communication doesn't bridge the digital divide. We can talk about that more, but if you put in high-tech 5G towers, that's not helping anybody. There are ways of doing it that will help people, but going wireless, particularly going 5G, does not help because the people you're trying to help can't afford these expensive phones, but there are things that they can afford, and we can talk more about that later. And then wireless communications is not nearly as secure. Wireless is completely insecure because your signal is going everywhere and making it accessible to people. And if you have access to somebody's cell phone signal, you can decode it over time. If you're going through a wired network, it's very, very challenging. So if you want security, do not go wireless. And finally, what we concluded in the commission was this is not really a scientific issue. The science is crystal clear. Wireless radiation causes harm and significant harm. So it's become that political issue, an economic issue. And so that's where we left it as a commission, is we can spell out the science. We can make it available to people, but we can't change some of the rules that are going on in Washington that were raised earlier. So that concludes my presentation, and I thank you for your attention.
So I am Executive Director of Environmental Health Trust. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the regulatory issues. So once upon a time, the EPA was in development of RF exposure guidelines. In fact, what you're seeing is a slide here from a briefing to the FCC in 1995, where they were talking about the completion of the guidelines that they were putting together. It was a two-tiered set of limits that they were developing. There had been for many years previous robust research activities by the EPA, but they were fully defunded by 1996 on this issue. And that's how we landed today. We're in a situation where we have, and this is just an image from the lawsuit, Environmental Health Trust et al. Versus the FCC, where the FCC is affirming 1996 limits. However, there has been no adequate review, as the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit clarified. Now, I want to point out that in our case 2 years ago, the court mandated that the FCC address the issues that it had not shown evidence of reviewing. That was long-term exposure, children's vulnerability, developing brain, reproductive system, environmental effects, and of course, the technological developments since 1996. But there has been no response from the FCC to the court mandate. And if you look at how our limits compare to other countries where they have more restrictive limits, the United States, Japan, and actually many countries have among the highest limits, whereas there are several countries that have more stringent limits, such as Switzerland, Italy, Russia, China, India, and Greece, relevant to where people are living, their homes or schools. And there are, in some of those countries, scientists that are studying this issue ongoing. However, in the United States, we don't have that. There's been no review of all of the relevant evidence on bioeffects by any U.S. regulatory agency with health or science or environmental expertise, not the EPA, not the CDC, not the National Cancer Institute, the FDA, the Department of Labor. There's no occupational activities on this issue either. And that is something that really needs to change, and that's what we're working on. Also, specifically to the issue of cell towers and 4G and 5G, quote unquote, small cells, there's no agency with activities regarding the health or environmental effects, those ambient levels that we're exposed to every day involuntarily because of the networks that are running in our community. There are communities with large setbacks for wireless antennas. So you have 1,500 feet. I just have some examples here: 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 250 feet. Some communities have 50 feet. Washington, D.C. has 10 feet. And of course, the people were informed after this decision was made. And that is where I am living, is right near Washington, D.C. What happens when these start going up and the people have not been informed? Now, in New York City, there are 16 community boards which have passed moratoriums or letters of disapproval on these Link 5G towers that started going up throughout the city. And this is an ongoing issue because of the issues with compliance with historic review. And you can go to our website, Environmental Health Trust, to learn more about that. Another critical regulatory gap is that we don't have a compliance and enforcement program for cell towers, 5G or 4G small cells. Whereas in many other countries, they are randomly going out measuring, like India does 5% of their towers every year. And if they find violations, they're transparently posted. The United States, we don't have that program at all. In fact, how our policy is the honor system. So the companies have their experts that they consult with, and they provide reports, and there's no checking of those reports. There's no checking that those reports are submitted. There's also no standardization for these radio frequency compliance reports, and there's no follow-up on the recommendations. So you might have facilities where the radio frequency analysis showed that certain steps had to be taken to bring that site into compliance, but there's no procedures or methods whereby there's a follow-up or documentation of that follow-up, or transparency, of course, which is critical, and transparency is a key issue. We have no measuring or monitoring or mapping for the environmental levels, whereas many countries actually have programs in place where they are regularly 24/7 in some countries actually monitoring what the levels are throughout their country. Brazil, Greece, they have hundreds of sensors, and in France, and where they are online. So you can go online, you can type in your address and actually find out what the level of RF that has recently been measured is. But in the United States, we don't have that. So here's just an example in Greece. These are all the sites from their 500 fixed stations. We also don't have a federal registry of all wireless facility sites. And that's something that other countries actually have. You can go onto the map and see where those sites are. So there's no documentation if a person wants to find out where they are when they're moving, or if they have EMF-related illness. There's no transparency on that issue. And right now, we're in a situation where there are over 50 bills pending, federal legislation that would preempt local and state control in various ways, environmental review. And I just put an example here of, this is from the Upper East Side in New York City, an apartment where this facility has gone up, and there's legal actions being taken. This is in New York with those big towers, but if you think about what could happen, there's these regulations that moved forward several years ago with the FCC that stripped some local and state authority, but now there's going to be even further actions on that. And what's happened is, because there's not a lot of eyes on this, we've gotten into this situation. But the question that I leave you with is, how can governments rely on FCC to protect the public and the environment with such regulatory gaps? We have no enforcement program, no standardized data-backed compliance procedures, no measuring and monitoring, no federal registry, no health and environmental surveillance, which we need to be doing health monitoring, environmental monitoring of, various diverse species populations around installations, especially in ecologically sensitive areas. No ongoing research activities by those agencies you would expect would be looking at the science and health issues, and no regular evaluation of FCC limits and their rules and the way we measure. So I'll leave it at that, and glad to take questions at the end. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Sondry. Thank you for having me. I used to live at 15 Court Street. I used to work both in Manhattan at 2701 Summer Street in Stamford. When I left law school, when I was in law school, I was at the FCC as part of the Institute for Communications Law Studies. I was certified in communications law in addition to my Juris Doctor, and worked on telecommunications matters starting in Stamford in the early 90s. Then I went to Washington, D.C., where I worked for a major law firm and represented both oil, gas, and telecommunications companies, both U.S. and globally, the largest utilities and the largest companies, the Fortune 100, and worked on spectrum RF compliance matters as well as other matters. I was later then asked to lead some companies as a regulatory officer, and later led 2 companies. Those companies were respectively sold to Verizon and AT&T, the last one in 2018. And those companies, prior to them being sold to Verizon and AT&T, had networks throughout Stanford, as well as throughout the entire United States, in some cases globally. And the majority of the millimeter wave 5G spectrum in the United States of America, held by those companies, was in my name. So I spent a few decades regulating those companies. Oh, there we are. Thank you. I don't know who did that, but and so it being asked to comply with the FCC's ancient RF exposure standard is something I did for many, many years. And I wanted to point out a few things about that, and then point out a few things about the substantial powers that the municipalities hold. Unlike what we heard earlier, it's quite clear that there's substantial powers that the municipalities hold. And I want to talk about that in the context of some background experience. I was a part and parcel of a U.S. Supreme Court case called Gulf Power 2 on pole attachments. It's a signature pole attachment case. And I've also been involved in a variety of other recent legal matters, including and not limited to as amicus brief for the Environmental Health Trust v. FCC, which Dr. Davis mentioned. I was part of an FDA petition which included a very detailed RF measurement matter that went to the FDA, and the FDA changed their website about 4 or 5 months ago while they're still considering our petition, but they changed their website because the website showed very unsafe uses of mobile phones when they were trying to show people how to use mobile phones. So there's that's another indicator that the regulatory agency has significant problems. Another case is the Balance Group v. FCC, which is a large-scale satellite mega constellation case. That case was dismissed on standing. However, things came out of it. One was the Government Accountability Office report, U.S. Government Accountability Office, recommending that everything we asked for, including environmental NEPA reviews, including for RF exposure, that they requested the FCC to actually basically adopt everything we asked for in the case. And 2, this book just came out, Satellite Mega Constellations and the Urgent Need for Regulation. This is an international law book, both of U.S. law and international law on the subject. And it's the first law book of its kind on mega constellation matters. So those are a variety. I'm also involved in a case involving a cerebral hemorrhage that's in D.C. Superior Court. So that's some background on those matters. So and 2 other things I do, I'm also president of something called the National Spectrum Management Association, or NSMA. What NSMA does is it was created in 1984 at the request of the FCC. And the request by the FCC in 1984 to create it was because AT&T had been established in 1984 to have becoming in need of a great breakup of Ma Bell. And the federal government knew that because the federal government runs a variety of wireless networks for defense, for managing wildlife, for managing all kinds of things, that they needed to work with industry and figure out how industry would not cause harmful interference in federal networks and vice versa, as well as how industry would not cause interference into itself, so that a baby monitor wouldn't be interfered with by a mobile phone and a satellite and all those kinds of things. So fast forward to today, after the 38th annual conference of NSMA, we did a series of panels on this subject, and we've been working on this for quite a while. And it's my considered opinion that the first thing that I recommend you be asking yourselves is, are the 4G networks that are already in Stanford and surrounding areas, complying with even the FCC's ancient rules? And can they provide detailed studies for public review and scientific analysis to prove that they're complying with even those ancient standards? I think that's a super minimal baseline that they should be willing to show that around schools, around libraries, around transportation hubs, and everywhere else that they're complying, showing compliance with their activities before and prior to considering whether to adopt a template for them to deploy 5G. And also their compliance could show whether or not they're meeting their broadband delivery requirements. So if everyone's concerned about the amount of bandwidth everyone's getting, let's show that they're actually doing what they said they're going to do for that as well as complying with safety matters. If we can go up a slide or two, I'll talk a little bit about some background there. One is the significant powers that municipalities hold include zoning, building and construction permits, health, safety, and welfare when it comes to fire, when it comes to electrical deployments, when it comes to wind and weight loading on antennas. I've been head of companies where we've deployed thousands of antennas around the country and internationally, including in Stanford. And you have to engineer them to make sure that there's wind and weight loading and a variety of other safety measures. Those are all well within municipality control. And of course, again, going back to the original statement, can they even show they're complying with the existing standards before granting the ability to deploy even more? And I think my considered opinion is based on some research I've already done with calibrated equipment that the industry uses itself to measure its own compliance to its shareholders, that it used its money to deploy 4G, for example. They have to prove that they deployed what they said they deployed to their shareholders. They could prove that to the municipalities as well, and they could show the studies that comport with the FCC's ancient human RF exposure and specific absorption rate standards. You might be aware that the iPhone 12 was declared in France to not be compliant. That happened very recently, for example. And there's a variety of reasons why. I have reason to believe that a lot of the studies that have been conducted to show compliance with base stations aren't always using equipment that's capable of measuring the spectrum that they purport to be measuring. Those are called spectrum analyzers, and the industry has to use a specific spectrum analyzer to calibrate the measurement of the exact spectrum bands they're utilizing. And there's a lot of spectrum analyzers out there that are incapable of measuring 4G and certain 5G bands. And however, a lot of the companies that are doing the measurements aren't always 100% using the equipment they're supposed to use. It'd be like you going into the deli and asking for them to measure a half pound of turkey for you, and they don't have a scale, but they just have somebody hold it in their hand and say, well, here's a half pound. No, I want to use a calibrated set of equipment that can measure exactly whether or not that's a half pound of turkey. So that is a simplistic way of describing it, but we do have very detailed studies on this matter, and I'm happy to point to that if you want to look at it. But more importantly, I think you should be asking the industry itself to show that it's complying with existing studies. There's other areas, business law, well within your purview, tax assessment, property taxes, obviously criminal charges and law enforcement are well within your purview. And of course, personal injury cases, contract disputes, and business litigation, well within your purview. Second, going back to compliance. These are questions to ask directly to the mobile carriers. When they come to you for a 5G system and their prior 4G systems, were they mapped? Did they build where they say they were going to build? There's many cases out there where there's blanket approvals and the base station is all of a sudden 110 feet from where they said it was going to be, or it's not in the right part of the pole, or it wasn't built at all, or things that were built that weren't even approved. So compliance is a major area where you have 100% authority. That's and also, did they meet their broadband measures that they claimed they were going to give to the public? And that's important for public safety, for 911, for a variety of other matters. Can they prove that? So, and were the sites identified by a certified surveyor where they said where they're going to build? Is there some sort of post-build analysis that proves that they built where they said they're going to build to the criteria they said they're going to build to? And again, there's a variety of other compliance matters, building permits, meet height, weight, safety, wind loading, electrical and fire safety criteria, geographic coordinates, poles, ducts, conduits, and rights-of-way usage. And all of this then dovetails to, if they're not complying with that, are they also not complying with the ancient human RF exposure laws? And of course, as mentioned prior, in most countries and in many situations, those ancient laws, especially since they've been remanded in federal court, are up for current review right now. They need to be reviewed, and the FCC and the FDA have to come back with updated rules. So, taking that all in context, it seems quite an interesting ask to go pell-mell into 5G without showing compliance with existing 4G deployments, and also showing an apprehension and understanding of the existing law. And the existing law is quite clear that the FCC has been remanded in federal court. So that's a quick summary. Happy to provide any backup for anything I've mentioned here in terms of legal matters, in terms of RF exposure. There's a few slides after this that can give you a quick look at the kind of map you should be getting, pre and post built. Are they certified in each and every place they said they're going to build, that they're compliant with the RF exposure standards? And will they publish that, and will they make that available to the medical community and everyone else so they can see what kind of radiation is coming? And they're stating, they're certifying that they're meeting the ancient FCC standard. And in many cases, it's my considered opinion that they might not be meeting the ancient FCC standard, and that would be subject to them proving that they are, and showing the studies when they first built in 2012 or 2018 or whenever they built, let's say a 3G or a 4G, can they prove that they built to the FCC standard? And is that something in terms of a matter of candor that you'd want to know prior to approving the 5G network builds? I think well recommended. This is a location, a rooftop location, where you could ask a variety. You could do this for every rooftop location. You could ask, are you compliant not only with the FCC human RF exposure requirements, but are you compliant with, when it comes to public safety? Often there's a bunch of federal standards around diversity. And if a network goes down, there could be a problem if there's not backup, and all kinds of other matters that are, again, well within your purview, which would be part of your building requirements. And we can skip that as well. And thank you for your time, and forward to any questions.
So we'll start with Representative Adams, who had his hand raised.
I got a few questions. I guess whoever can answer this is, what is the difference between the cell towers that other phone companies use now and these 5G towers and on poles that is proposed to go in place? Because the cell phone towers can make the reception a lot better than they used to be. So I don't know if somebody want to answer that question. What is the difference between the new towers that's coming up now and the towers that exist in that other phone and cable company use now, that allow us to be in different part of the state and get good communication, whether it be hotspot or whatever? So what is the difference between what this new company want to do and the one that already exists? I mean, because I'm looking at the old company, they're going from 1G up to 8Gs. So could anybody tell me what's the difference?
Well,
Representative Adams, sorry, just Representative Adams, I think Thank you for that question. Just as for some process moving forward, if any of the invited guests feel like they know the answer to a question that wasn't directed directly to them, please just raise your hand, and then we can call on you then. I think I heard Mr. Chamberlain start speaking, so go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
All right. It sounds like you're asking the difference between 4G and 5G. And it turns out there's not a quantum difference, not a clear difference, because 5G is really a marketing term. A company can put a small 4G facility on a tower, on a short tower, and call it a small cell. And they can call it 5G if they want to. So right now, it seems like the main difference is between 4G and 5G, but what 5G allows is it allows operation at higher frequencies, and it also has what's called a steered beam. And that means it's kind of like a flashlight beam that with 4G antennas, they're aimed at a particular location. They give coverage in a particular sector. But with 5G, it can move that beam around electronically to establish better communication. So it provides greater radiation, but it does provide more directed communication. I'm not sure if I answered your question. It would be one of those situations where if we sat down with a piece of paper, I could show you to a better degree. But the steered beam, the higher frequencies, is the main difference between the 4G that we typically know about and the 5G.
Okay, I guess pigtailing on that, I'm looking at a lot of the larger company. They talking about going to like 1G to 8G. So what do that consider? So do the other company, the bigger companies, they're going to use a larger beam so that the communication can go quicker to be able to go all the way to 8Gs?
Well, at this point, 8G hasn't rolled out yet. They're only talking about 6G. So unless you've seen some advertising that I'm not aware of, we only have 4G. I mean, actually 3G is being phased out. We have 4G and 5G. But what it would mean would be not a bigger beam, but a more directive beam, a narrower beam, just like a pinpoint flashlight, that you would be able to aim exactly at the particular user who's demanding or asking for services. So for right now, that's what I know to be the case.
Okay. My next question is, I remember when these older phone towers would put up in neighborhoods, and some of the same concerns was brought forward. But as the towers was installed and communities got better phone and laptop reception, most communities accept the towers being up because neighborhoods got better reception. They even accept them going on top of buildings. So do we look at the past and say what's going on now is going to be the same? That once the community can go anywhere and tap on their phone or stop in a parking lot and get reception for their laptop, just frequency would be accepted by the community?
Well, others may want to chime in on this, but from what I've seen, people do sometimes, or it seems like they're willing to trade health concerns for better connectivity. I personally, as a parent and as somebody who cares about my community, don't feel like that's a good trade-off, because the better the reception, the stronger the signal, the more you are jeopardizing your health. It just comes down to that, in my opinion. And the commission felt the same way, is that you can get good connectivity at a very weak signal. And I can talk more about that and give you exact numbers, but it basically 1/billionth of the FCC standard, you can have a robust 4-bar phone conversation. So it's really a question of where you place the antennas. You can do this, and I'm saying this as somebody who's studied electromagnetics my whole career. So by proper placement of antennas, you can provide robust coverage without exposing people to excessive radiation.
Okay, and my last question.
Representative Adams, I'm just going to interrupt you because I do see some of the other panelists had their hands raised, I think, to your first question. So if we would like to go to Ms. Scarrato, I believe that you have your hand raised.
I just wanted to say briefly that some of the solutions lie with research and design with the companies, just like Kent Chamberlain was talking about. I mean, there are ways to design networks, not only with lower radiation, but also to use safer technology overall to and through the home, wired and corded connections. And all of that really requires that we just rethink the whole situation with health and environment in mind, at the center, in the ecosystems, at the center of the decision making. And then it can go out from there. You know, how do we design networks in safer ways? Does everything have to be wireless all the time? It does not. And one of the things that companies are doing is having this fixed wireless. So they're making it so that our home modems now are connecting to a cell tower outside, even in communities where there actually is the availability of service, fast service, which could come in through a corded connection. So I think the bigger picture is that companies can do better, and you know, we can work hand in hand with companies to have safer technologies.
Thank you. And Mr. Brown, go ahead.
Chairman Bucas, can I ask you a question, a point of information?
Go ahead, Representative Goldberg.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand the rules of engagement tonight. Are you saying that you want to limit Representative Adams or any other representative to a speaking time limit before they have to give up?
No, Representative Goldberg, I did not say that at all. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't time limited. I just want to know the rules of engagement.
Okay, yeah, I didn't say anything about a time limit, so that should not be an issue for you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Okay, Mr. Adams, first question, just my input. When we went from 2G to 3G to 4G, now 5G, a couple of things have happened. We brought antennas from hilltops and in the distant areas into our towns and cities. And when you bring the source of radiation closer to the population, you're increasing the intensity of the radiation, or what's called the power density. So when we have these antennas and these small cells on poles that are right outside of people's homes, they're getting much more radiation than they did when the network was a mile away, for example. It's also, as Mr. Chamberlain expressed, they're using higher frequencies, and as you increase the frequency, you are increasing the power within that radiation. So the biological effects could be greater. They need to be studied, but they have more power. So that's that. And I can't remember, what was your second question?
My second question was, when these phones tiles were put up in neighborhood, some of the same concerns that you have now was brought up back then. But now most of the neighborhood have accepted them because of the way life have evolved with the Apple phone, the laptop, the tablets. Everybody sort of like willing to do a little sacrifice to get better reception or be able to call 911 in any location in the state. So some of these frequency has been accepted, and we even accept them on buildings. So, go ahead.
So there's an analogy of putting frogs in a pot of water and slowly turning the heat up, and the frogs won't jump out even until they're cooked. And that's kind of what we're doing to the population. We're slowly increasing the intensity of the radiation from all these different sources. And although people are feeling worse and they're getting sick and they're having symptoms, they're not correlating that to their radiation exposure. People do not understand that they can't sleep because their Wi-Fi router is turned on. They don't understand that they have ringing in their ear and all kinds of other health effects from this technology. It's only the people who have electrohypersensitivity that can correlate exposure to symptoms. And even with them, sometimes it takes a couple of days for them to develop symptoms, or it may be a couple of days after exposure before the symptoms go away. It's very hard to correlate when you turn on the exposure for them to have symptoms. So I believe that's one of the reasons why the population, they don't understand it. They don't get it.
Okay, and my last question would be, I noticed some of the research, they talk about 5G was just the next generation, and other cable companies and phone companies are offering. I'm looking at some of the companies offering 1 to 8 gigs with fiber internet service that would allow you to get optimal fiber speed up to 8 gigs. So when these companies that's already in the game, would they have to come back to us and get approval? Because here's my problem: the less competition, the higher the price. The more competition, the whole community benefits. When you got one person dominating the market, and so the prices keep going higher. So even though if a new providers get in the game and the other companies already offering 5G, so the frequency or whatever you're saying would be the same. And if they can go to 8G without coming back for city approval, what different would it be? All this would do allow this company to not be competing in the market that's already dominated by another company. So it wouldn't even allow another player to enhance their footprint in the market. So, I don't want to pick sides, but I think if the other company is already doing the 5G and I'm getting better reception from a tower that's miles away from me, that's totally mile away from me. Now I got a new company just putting up a few poles in a designated circle to see how it worked. Wouldn't this be better for the community? I understand about the frequency, but we're going to get that from the old company, and we're going to get that from the new company. So whatever harm there is already being harmed by the old company anyhow. So now you put another player in the game. Wouldn't it be better for the community? Because I understand you say about the frequency and how it harm people, but try taking your Apple phone from your kid and tell them we're going to pluck up a new G phone on the wall, and now you got to still dial it and take the cell phone away. I think we beyond that. So I think this competition make to feel a lot better. What is your opinion on that?
Okay, thank you, Representative Adams. I'll go to Judge Holtzberg first, and then I saw Ms. Davis, and then Mr. Sandry.
Thank you very much. Before I sign off, I just want to make a couple of observations in response to some of the comments and try to refocus what I think is the appropriate issue before the committee. First of all, there was an extensive discussion, or at least a modest discussion, about the decision in Washington, D.C. Attorney Smith and I are aware of it, and that decision actually proves our point, which is while the D.C. Court of Appeals took the FCC to task for not discharging its responsibilities, at the end of the day, it stated very clearly and unequivocally that all of these concerns that have been raised tonight and are the subject of this very meaningful conversation are still under the purview of the FCC. And that's really the import of that decision insofar as our conversation is concerned tonight. I do agree with Attorney Sandry about the residual legislative powers that committees like you have. And in fact, if I can point you to page 5 of the agreement, which is before you today, it enumerates, as Attorney Smith said earlier, all of the requirements that the city can impose as a condition of approving a siting. And let me just quickly quote, for example, the applicant, that would be the carrier, would be required to include a structural analysis demonstrating that the pole or other support structure is capable of supporting the equipment. At the same time, the application must submit an RF emissions report with calculations prepared in accordance with FCC requirements and demonstrating the small wireless facility will comply with applicable federal maximum permissible public exposure standards. The applicant may be required to comply with local permits, including but not limited to a building permit, an electrical permit, a grading permit, a tree trimming permit, a historic district certification. So the only point I want to emphasize in closing, as Attorney Smith points out, is that this proposal, which is just a template for an application, you're not, tonight, if you vote to approve this, you're not approving by any means the siting of any small cell facility any place in Stanford. All you would be approving is a process to allow the permitting process to go forward. And as Attorney Smith pointed out, and I think this is critical, this agreement by its terms provides the city of Stanford and all the other cities with more rights and opportunities to regulate the carriers, as your very thoughtful speakers have suggested tonight, than would otherwise exist. So, notwithstanding all of the appropriate and reasonable concerns about the safety of the cell towers, what is before you tonight really is a much more limited proposal, which is, will there be a uniform application process that confers on the city of Stanford all of those obligations that Mr. Sandry appropriately pointed out reside with you? And in the absence of this agreement, will you still have the ability to do that? Because even if you don't approve this tonight or tomorrow, whenever you vote on it, that's not going to stop the carriers from coming back to you and applying. And you'll still be facing this issue. So I will stop my comments with that. I don't want to take up any more time than is necessary.
Thank you. I will go to Ms. Davis.
Concerning the question about 8G and 8 gig, I think I can clarify something. A gigahertz is not the same as a G, all right? And basically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5G are just marketing terms. In fact, 5G is being created as we speak. They don't know exactly what it's going to look like. Right now, 5G is using a different frequency than it will be using later on. And all of that is a work in progress. And unfortunately, from a public health point of view, what industry is asking us all to do is to allow them to figure it out as they go along and assume that there are no health effects. So 8 gigahertz doesn't mean 8G. And I think there may be some confusion about that. And electromagnetic fields are really complicated. And because they're complicated, it doesn't mean you can't understand them at all, but they are genuinely complicated. And I'm really delighted that you have before you today some of the world's top experts in understanding all that, in particular, Professor Chamberlain and Mr. Sandry. And I'm going to volunteer Mr. Sandry to look over whatever agreement you're considering, as he is formerly an attorney who worked out of Stanford and understands these issues, unlike most people. And so I would volunteer him for that purpose if he's willing to accept it, and perhaps he can give you an independent review with no disrespect meant to any others that have looked at this so far. But it is often the case, It's rare to get an attorney that understands the science, to be quite frank. It's complicated. It's no disrespect to anybody. It is genuinely complicated. It's taken me about 15 years to understand some of this, and I defer completely to my colleagues, Professor Chamberlain, Mr. Sandry, who know much more about how to set things up. And of course, Dr. Brown understands this from the point of view of what he sees in the hospitals where he works, a different kind of understanding. And I think that you have before you the opportunity to get more information, but I wanted to offer that clarification about the G's. The G's are basically marketing terms, okay?
Thank you for that insight. And so we'll go to Mr. Sandry.
Thank you. Yeah, a few added G's. There's gigahertz, which is a spectrum band, as Dr. Davis mentioned, and there's the marketing terms 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. There's also gigabits, the amount of capacity that comes through a base station or through a phone. And so all that is, there's three different G's at least being mentioned in marketing literature and in other literature when you're purchasing a phone or deciding to buy a broadband plan. The other thing is when you go to 5G networks, typically according to McKinsey, in anywhere from 5 to 20 times more, anywhere from 5-fold to 20-fold more towers will be deployed. And that could be small pole-based furniture level, street furniture level systems to, on large towers. So in terms of density, there's gonna be a lot more radiation if you believe the McKinsey report, which the industry uses to fund its own deployments. And then going back to what the judge was mentioning and what Dr. Davis was mentioning, it is critical. I think all sides agree it's critical to understand the templates well and have everyone at least really clear on what they mean, what they imply. So I'd happily review the proposed template. And also in Connecticut, I had a child who went to the Coast Guard Academy, just west of you all. I'm east of you all. And at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, there's something called voluntold, which means you do it. So I happily review it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandry. Ms. Levitt, go ahead. And then we'll go to our next representative, Representative Sherwood, for questions.
I just wanted to add that the G stands for generation. So it's first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation. But 5G is really engineering-wise substantially different than anything that's gone before. It's really machine-to-machine communication. That's what it's intended for. Less so for it's for things like driverless cars and things along those lines. That's what it's intended for, and it is very much evolving, as Dr. Davis pointed out. So that's all I wanted to add for there, except that I just wanted to say that the board is being asked to regulate in an extraordinary vacuum, which is what these presenters have put to you. And I disagree slightly with the interpretation that we are locked in under the current regulations. I mean, yes, we are to some extent, but one of the other things that Senator Blumenthal has said over the years, and I know him, is that when the federal government refuses to regulate adequately, that duty then falls to the states. And I think that the information that has been presented here tonight certainly makes a very strong case for the fact that the FCC, that has overriding jurisdiction on this particular subject, is in serious dereliction of duty. I mean, they're waving aside a tremendous amount of research. I also wanted to point out that the Connecticut Public Utility Regulatory Authority has jurisdiction over small cells only because they're mounted on utility poles. They basically don't have too much in the way of experience with wireless technology. That's been under the Connecticut Siting Council, which has a lot more savvy with environmental reviews and holding the industry to account on their exposures. I also wanted to point out that both PURA and the Connecticut Sighting Council are on record as saying that that if the applicant applies for permits, they pretty much assume that they wouldn't be doing that unless they really needed it, which is a little strange to assume. They just automatically give the benefit of the doubt to the fact that the infrastructure is needed, and everyone ends up sort of hiding behind the federal preemptions and low emissions computer models compared to the FCC standards. But the way those models are presented, such as Impura's findings of fact for the Shippen road site, they're really a smokescreen that's intended to create a sense of safety that really doesn't exist when it comes to this subject. And I don't think that people should be falling for that. One of the more advantageous things that would dovetail with what Joe Sandry has pointed out is get true RF assessments for what these exposures are going to be. Insist on far more accurate exposure projections from both AT&T and Verizon for the total RF load that will be combined from all citywide sites. That will give you a much closer understanding of what it is that you're being asked to approve. Insist on RF exposure projections for the total number of antennas for all providers and projected providers within each small cell. PURA's findings of fact, and others have mentioned the maximum permissible exposure limit. Their findings of fact are based on AT&T's allowance to submit only one antenna's maximum permissible exposure. That is typically how these very low exposure ratios are established in the public record, which makes people think that it's a very low exposure. When you take the cumulative effects into consideration, that's when you get a better idea. There can be dozens and dozens of antennas in one small cell. And to do the maximum permissible exposure for just one antenna is very, very misleading. You can also have hundreds of channels transmitting within each antenna. The actual exposures are much higher that are coming out of these facilities than people understand. Stamford, unlike other municipalities, has this potential baseline that they might be able to refer to if you still have that in the record, which would give you a much closer idea of what has changed in your immediate environment since the 1980s and since that program stopped. You've got a lot that you can do down there, as has been pointed out, to be able to bring much safer technology to the city. And I'm sincerely hoping that you're going to do that. Just because we're under the FCC umbrella at this point and the preemptions of the Telecommunications Act from 1996, if we don't take a stand against that, that puts municipalities in the position of being in complicity with this status quo. At some point, someone is going to have to stand up and say, this just will not happen. This cannot be allowed to happen. Maybe that will be Stanford. Maybe that will be you. You have good grounds, and all of the knowledge. We've armed you very well tonight with what it is that you need to do something really constructive and probably creative, and yet have cell service and good connectivity for Stanford at the same time. So I yield back.
Thank you. And we'll go to Representative Sherwood for her line of questioning.
Thank you, Representative Bucus. I have a question for, let me see. I have a question for Mr. Chamberlain from the University of New Hampshire, if that's okay.
Sure.
So, Mr. Chamberlain, you described how the FCC came to what their allowable limits are, and you described the study with the rats. And so you said that these rats were essentially starved, and then they were already trained to be to access food through pressing a lever. and they kept them, I guess, in some sort of container with the lever. And as they sat there, they increased I guess, the radiation in that vessel until the rat was physically unable to press the lever. Is that correct?
You sound as incredulous as I felt the first time I saw it. And that's where I mentioned I had to go through it multiple times before it sunk in. What you just described is perfect. That's what happened. It's kind of like putting them in a microwave oven and continually increasing the power until finally they couldn't function. So yes, that's exactly what they did.
I have to add, they measured their temperature with a rectal probe.
Right.
Okay. So the FCC's limit is basically a limit in a rat that once the rat's body was no longer able to function well enough, even while it was starving, to press a lever, that is the legal limit of exposure that the FCC allows.
Well,
Is that correct?
They took that number and then divided it by 50. Where they got the number of 50 from, I have no idea. But they took that exposure where the monkeys got burns on their faces from the radio frequencies, and then they divided it by 50, and they said, well, that's fine for the population in general for 24/7 exposure.
With no scientific study on what that 50% level was over time or anything like that.
What you say is absolutely correct. So no, there was no rationale such as if we divide by 50, we'll get a relative risk of such and such. No, they didn't do that. They came up with the number of 50 and said that'll work. And then it was only a factor of 10 for workers.
Okay. So thank you for that. The other kind of, Representative Adams in the beginning asked what the difference is between 4G and 5G. And I think what I heard was that with the 5G and this contract, utility companies, the telecommunications companies would be able to come in and put cell towers, or they're called, small cells, right, on utility poles here in Stanford, which, from what I gathered from what you guys were saying, is different than how it is now, because in a lot of ways we have, a tower somewhere all far away from our homes and our businesses or our schools and everything else. But if this were to be allowed, there could be an undisclosed amount of small cells on utility poles. And I think, I live right next to my house. I have a utility pole like right at my house. So is that, I know that there's a number of differences, but is the amount of exposure due to the fact that these small cells could be virtually anywhere a utility pole is in the city kind of the main difference here?
I can let other people answer that, but I do know from experience in New York City, where they allowed these 5G small cells to go in, they ended up being right next to people's apartment windows. So yes, that can happen when you allow 5G in. Would anybody else care to comment?
Well, let me just add from our experience. First of all, small cells are not necessarily small. A single 5G antenna system can have more than 100 different signals beaming and beamforming to a phone or a laptop. And keep in mind that in order for 5G to work, you need a 5G router, a 5G computer, a 5G phone. 5G doesn't work on its own without new equipment. That is why I say it's the 5G, 5th generation, is basically a marketing strategy. Ultimately, if 5G were to be universally implemented in all the major cities, then your old equipment would no longer work. And that's a huge, great benefit if you're trying to sell equipment, but it's not a benefit if you're trying to keep essential metals out of your trash, because that is a serious problem of electronic trash that I know you have dealt with otherwise in your county and your city. And eventually it's creating an artificial need, which will be driven by the fact that you won't be able to use old equipment. So the 5G antennas they may call them small because there's a number of different antennas within them, but you are correct that you're taking a signal that used to be on mountaintops and bringing it right smack to your bedroom window.
Okay. Thank you. So if the Board of Representatives decides to not approve this small wireless facilities right-of-way and access agreement, what are the consequences to that?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen the agreement, and as I did suggest, it would be useful for you to have an outside lawyer look at it. And I think Mr. Sandry agreed with me that he would do that. I can't answer that question.
Oh, Mr. Sandry?
Yes. Yeah, I'm here. Yes. Yeah, without benefit of reviewing it, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. You haven't reviewed it. That's okay. Let me ask you, I do have a question for you. So this is to you, Mr. Sandry, do the mobile companies certify that their 4G network deployments meet the FCC human RF exposure standards for base stations and for the mobile devices they connect to?
Great question. So they're supposed to, and what is lacking in, again, I came from industry, so for 3 decades. What I believe is lacking is the actual reports where they certify that they are complying and making those reports available for review for a process like this prior to approving some new 5G. Did they do 4G correctly? And when you see those reports and the amount of radiation that is already being exposed to the public, were those reports done properly? And one of my jobs, I run the National Spectrum Management Association. This is the group that, they're the gatekeepers before any wireless network is deployed. And they make sure that your router doesn't interfere with your baby monitor, doesn't interfere with DirecTV and all that kind of stuff. So they have very sophisticated methodologies for understanding if there's going to be harmful interference into networks and devices. Now, humans are devices, and so they should be able to prove that they're also not interfering into us. And there is a very ancient, FCC standard they should be able to show compliance with. And if they haven't done that compliance, then they violated terms of their licenses. There's a Part 101 of the 47 Code of Federal Regulations, which and Part 1 of the Code of Federal Regulations, under which the FCC requires them to be doing these studies, as well as a bulletin called Bulletin 65 and a variety of other rules. So if they can't produce compliance, that might be something to be aware of. If they can produce their compliance, the reports they say are compliance, will they make them available for third-party review and certified professional engineers, spectrum managers, and also the general public and academics and everyone else, all the professionals here, who can then take a look at that and say, at this school or at that nursery or at that nursing home or at that workplace, there's X amount of radiation, and then people could be more aware of it. There's also signage standards and OSHA standards. And it was mentioned prior that, heretofore, when you had 3G and 2G, you had rooftops and towers mostly housing the base stations. Now they're down close to us on street furniture, on light poles, and right outside your balcony. But I'm not seeing the proliferation of the signage that you're supposed to see when you're up when you go by a mobile tower. I'm sure there's a bunch in your neighborhood. If you try to even get to it, there's often those big towers, there's fencing around it. You can't even get to the tower. And then there's signage. And we've all seen these signs about, being, caution, can't go past the fence line. And as Dr. Chamberlain mentioned, also there's, a tenfold, it used to be, it's a 50-fold drop down from the RAT standard for humans who are in the general public, and it's a tenfold standard, i.e. occupational workers can be exposed to a lot more if they're climbing towers that are on rooftops, and they have even a different signage for that. But in both those cases, those OSHA standards and those FCC standards for posting signage, we have not seen. Your eyes can tell. Your eyes can tell when you walk around your neighborhood. You see the base stations, but you don't see the associated signage. So they're going to have to prove that everything they've deployed is they didn't have to put up the fencing and signage that they're required to under law. They had a good reason to not do that. And you probably want to know that now for the existing networks prior to approving it down the road.
So all 40 members, and thank you for that answer. All 40 members of the Board of Representatives are volunteer. And so, first I want to say thank you to everybody that came tonight. Rob Brown, Blake Levitt, Deborah Davis, Kent Chamberlain, Theodora Scrato, Joseph Sondry, because you guys are really, at least in the United States, but I would argue global leaders in this field. You're certainly experts. And so I guess my question is, and to you, Joe, as I'm a biologist, but I certainly don't know how to ask these big communications companies to provide that type of information. So they're supposed to be able to, the mobile companies are supposed to give us the certification that their 4G networks meet the FCC human RF exposure standards. But how does someone like myself or the reps on this board or in this committee, how do we request that information and get it?
Representative Sherwood, sorry, just to interrupt, this is Chair Bucas. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, I'm just going to hand the chairship over to Representative Matheny while Representative Sherwood continues with her questions. So I will still be present, but Representative Matheny will be chairing the meeting. Go ahead, Mr. Sandry, thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. And, as Dr. Davis mentioned, when we respond to, if the BORs are open to this, we could look at the proposed template, and as a process inside of that, we could place a requirement for them to prove that they've been acting responsibly for the last X number of decades while they've been deployed in Stanford. 1, 2, we could also provide a template letter to go out to the carriers who are already operating and ask them for a checklist of materials that would be publicly reviewable and peer reviewable. And then 3, not only to provide those materials, but also a commit to respond to any, sensible peer review based inquiries about their operation. And because often in my professional experience, often the reports we get back don't show the equipment they're using. They don't show enough data that would allow a professional spectrum manager to assess whether or not they were even measuring properly for RF exposure before they deploy. And those are things you're going to want to know, especially with that base station hanging outside of a preschool, or if you're going to buy a condo on on Court Street nearby, and you're looking at another condo on Summer Street, and they're kind of identical, you might want to know which one has, especially if you're concerned about this issue, the real estate value might go up for the one that has less exposure. You might want to know that. And there's a whole variety of other reasons for your tax basis and for human health and for economic health to want to know this. And I think carriers ultimately are going to want to compete on safety, much like the auto industry started competing on safety after they were required to put in seatbelts, things like in auto glass. But that's a long-winded way of saying we'd happily give you a proposed letter for you to send to the carriers.
Well, thank you for that.
Representative Sherwood, this is Attorney Rosenberg. With respect to both the 4G and the 5G, those records are available for PURA, and I will volunteer to obtain those records from PURA and provide them to the committee.
Okay, thank you. Chair Matheny, do I still have the floor?
Yes, you do.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Saunders, you had said that when you were responding to Representative Adams about the difference between 4G and 5G, you had said that there would be 5 to 25 times more towers deployed or small cells deployed than what we have right now. If you could just expand on that.
Yeah, there's McKinsey did a report on this, and the reason for that is threefold. One is there's a lot more spectrum being utilized. All the channels that were being used in the past for 1G and 2G are still being used, and they're adding more channels. And the 5G channels are anywhere from 24 gigahertz, 38 gigahertz. These are spectrum bands that I used to manage that are now held by Verizon and AT&T predominantly. And they're much wider. One of those bands, in fact, the 38 gigahertz band has more spectrum in it than all the TV radio station and mobile phone networks, prior mobile phone networks combined. So it's like adding Alaska, to, the lower 48 all of a sudden, or, when you keep adding more and more, and then you're adding Jupiter to Earth in terms of the amount of capacity and the amount of spectrum being utilized. So they need, and that spectrum also doesn't propagate through walls. So they need much more connectivity by line of sight connectivity by using smaller and smaller towers closer and closer in for those higher bands. They also transmit a lot more data. And when you're exposed to what's called a polarized waveform, it's more bioactive. And so you need to also measure for that with the human RF exposure standard. Bioactive means you're literally, your body's reacting to it. So that's one layer to that. Another layer is I highly recommend. There was a special supplement in the Wall Street Journal 3 days ago over the weekend on 5G, and it points out the massive uptick in mobile phone usage, but also in IoT or Internet of Things. What's also going on is that there's billions and billions of devices being deployed, everything from smart filters to things embedded in the highways for tracking traffic, to things being embedded in hospitals and being embedded in schools, and go down the list for tracking all sorts of things from weather to transportation hubs to internet usage, to go down a list of anything you can imagine. So that 5G deployment is also those added towers and base stations. Small base stations are needed to deploy to connect to those IoT devices, which again are radiating us at an exponentially larger level. And they're going to continue to roll out if we continue to enable as a society more and more of these small cell base stations.
So as a follow-up to that, two things. The first is you had said that 5G is a much wider spectrum. So like 1G and 2G were a smaller part of the spectrum. And then as we're moving up, we're getting more different types of radiation all at once. And so when they decided what the safe limit or level was, the FDC with those rats, and dividing, when they couldn't press the button, dividing it by 50%, were they testing with this wide of a spectrum, or was it a smaller spectrum?
It was a pathetically smaller amount of spectrum, and I could leave it to everyone, Dr. Davis and Theodore and Mr. Chamberlain, but it was a pathetically small slice of spectrum.
So,
Excuse me, sorry, this is Representative Maureen Pollock. Point of clarification or point of information. I've heard the statement about divided by 50 and divided by 50%. Can you please clarify which one it is?
It is divided by 50, not 50%. And
Thank
it
you.
was an arbitrary number because the EPA standards up to that time usually divided by 100 or 1,000. That was more commonly used for a so-called safety factor. The only reason for the 50 for the general population and 10 for workers was because at the time, the people developing the standard realized it would be completely implausible to allow the technology to propagate if you did not use a standard that was that low. And by that, I mean not protective of public health, but a small number as opposed to a larger number. To give you a contrast, the standards for pesticides or food contaminants are usually, you take the level at which you have no effect, it's called the no observed level, and you divide it by 100 or 1,000. In this case, they assumed that the level at which the animal stopped trying to feed itself, although it was starving, the level at which it got hot, that could simply be divided by 50. There is actually no biological foundation to the standard, as many people have written, as in fact the 5G Commission that Professor Chamberlain worked on has said, as we at Environmental Health Trust have said repeatedly in a lot of documents that are available on our website, and as Dr. Brown indicated to you this evening as well. So the standard, so to speak, is really rests on what I'm afraid I would have to call a deck of cards. And I really, again, want to commend you for asking this question, because I don't think, to be quite frank, that any public official has even figured that much out.
So thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Nina.
Oh, no, that's okay. Chair Matheny, can I continue?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So essentially going back to this study where the FCC creates their quote unquote safe limit, the rats were not exposed to the spectrum that is being proposed in the contract that is before this committee. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Okay. So the contract that's before this committee requires that the telecommunications company who put out or who put up these small cells, they're required to not go over the limit that was defined by these rats. I guess it was in the 1980s. Is that correct? So the contract is only limited in terms of the exposure limit to what the FCC said based on those rats.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. So all of the stuff that's in here that says that, they're going to abide by the FCC limits and everything else, we're talking about a limit that has just been named as safe, but is really an arbitrary number that can't even be scientifically linked to the same spectrum of radiation that the environment here in Stanford and the people here in Stanford would be subjected to if this contract were to be approved.
That's my interpretation, yes.
Okay. I probably have a number of other questions, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to talk, so they might answer my questions, and if not, I can come back. So thank you, Chair Matheny. I'm all set at this time.
Ms. Blake, you had your hand up quite a few times. If you'd like to respond.
Chair Matheny, you sound very muffled, so I don't know. I just wanted to let you know that. Thanks.
Oh, thanks. Can you hear me now?
Very difficult to understand.
Okay. Ms. Blake. Can you hear Miss Blake? Go ahead. I'll try and fix my microphone.
I wanted to answer Commissioner Sherwood a little bit. You had talked about the utility pole out in front of your house. I did read the proposal. I read everything that Attorney Rosenberg had sent to the commission, and a lot of your questions would be answered by taking a look at the findings of fact and some of the engineering reports that were contained in some of the documents that he sent. But in the proposal, one of the things that you're being asked to approve is a by right grant for the erection of new mini towers and poles in public rights of way without further review. If existing utility poles are unavailable for any number of reasons. In the review documents from Pura and the engineering reports, you'll see that very often the existing utility poles now are loaded up with equipment already and are unsuitable for additional for additional equipment. And so you asked about the utility pole in front of your house. If that's unsuitable for because of other equipment being attached to it, the proposal would allow them to erect a brand new one right in front of you. So that's something. Pay attention to the details when it comes to this proposal. If you think about it, what's being asked almost pits the city. There's constitutional issues involved with this, and the lawyers will appreciate this. It almost pits the city against the citizens it represents. Should those citizens decide to challenge these individual sites, that's part of what's going on with the proposal. It's all inadvertent, but that can be the upside of what's contained in that proposal. It's really a bit of a giveaway for very little financial gain, since the fees are like $270 for each utility pole. Most of the utilities, I assume, throughout Stanford and the rights of way are owned by EverSource. I'm not quite sure what it is that Stanford would get out of that. So it's a financial giveaway for very little gain, and potential property devaluation, and very large potential liability, given the holes that have been mapped out in the safety and the regulatory channels and apparatus that have been mapped out for you tonight. So wander into the weeds, get into the weeds.
Thank you.
Actually, you're asking all of the right questions, Commissioner Sherwood, all of the right questions. Back in the 1980s, it was 1983. Those were the Deloge studies of monkeys and rats. There was no broadband. If you think of the term broadband, a lot of frequencies in there. Back then, they were just focused on a very, very narrow range, and that was used to set what's called the specific absorption rate, which is what people are talking about here. For ambient exposures, that's a different measurement. That's not the SAR. That's a measurement of energy that moves through space. So it's a slightly different far field exposure. SARs are primarily confined to near field exposures. When it comes to a small cell antenna that would be, for instance, mounted outside of your house, you would have the equivalent of both a near and pretty much a far field exposure at the same time. in a broadband frequency that has never been adequately tested or investigated for the proper biological effects, which puts people and reviewers in the position of looking at each individual study that has ever been published, and there are thousands of them, and teasing apart which frequency was studied, what were the effects, and nobody wants to do that. We really do need we need to study broadband effects, because that's what we're being asked to live with the increasing technologies.
And might I add that for a 5G antenna to work for the foreseeable future, it will have to include within it the 4G capability. So effectively, you're taking things that have previously been delegated to rooftops or mountaintops and bringing them potentially right next to your bedroom window, where they've never been tested for use that close to humans. And certainly 5G with its multiple, it's called multiplex, it's multiple in, multiple out signals that can beamform and connect with devices. It's basically bringing it all closer together than
Yes.
has.
Yes. The other thing that I wanted to add is that most of the small cells come pre-equipped with 5G antenna capacities, and 4G Lite is primarily the thing that's being built out still these days. But 5G can be remotely activated at will without notification to the municipality.
Just by turning it on. Yeah.
Just by turning it on, and you'll never know. Well, not immediately anyway.
Not unless you stipulate monitoring, regular surveillance, and monitoring, which is what is it's taking place in France and Israel. They're doing regular monitoring. Ms. Scarrato showed you a slide of how many countries, I think more than 20, that do some form of monitoring. And we're not, let me be very clear, we're not anti-technology. We're pro-health. No. We think health, we want to see health taken into account. We want to see software and hardware changes so that these technologies will work better, but more safely. That's what.
Yes, exactly.
Can you hear me now? Better? No.
Chair Matheny, we can't hear you. You sound like you're in a tunnel.
Is that any better?
Nope.
Hold on.
Sign language.
Nope.
A bit. It was a bit better.
Better. Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Scarrato, did you want to have a statement before I move on to the next speaker? You had your hand up for a while.
Ms. Scarrato, I think you're muted.
I apologize. I think, yes. Well, I actually was going to just go back to the animal study and say that in 1999, the Food and Drug Administration nominated the National Toxicology Program to do a study to address what's been raised here, which is how could our limits have been based on these small animal studies that were about under 60 minutes of exposure? How do we know what long-term effects could be? And the U.S. government embarked on a $30 million study on rats and mice, and they did find clear evidence of cancer in the male rats and DNA damage in both rat and mice groups. So the one study that the U.S. government did found effects from long-term chronic exposure, but because of the lack of regulatory accountability that we have, there's been no adequate looking at that study, looking at an analysis of what that means for humans, and also, of course, looking at all of these other effects. So when the limit was set in 1996, the limits were set based on the assumption that heating was the only harm because of those small animal studies that were identified. And you can just go to the IEEE, for example, their 2019, where they have a table where they actually reference these studies as being behind that effect of behavioral disruption. The rats the small animals didn't press that lever for food. So that's what I had raised my hand about. I'm sorry. We've moved on a little bit, but I thought it was an important piece of the story.
If the board wants to hear more about this, we're happy to discuss it. But the interesting thing was that the FDA requested that study, and then they rejected the study they had requested 10 years later. It was a new FDA, claiming that animal studies were not relevant to humans. Now, this is a preposterous position for the FDA to take, since the entire foundation of pharmacology is animal studies. But it was quite a complicated rejection. And it to my way of thinking, and I believe the New Hampshire Commission concluded this as well, this was a reflection of the captured agency involved, and nothing more than that. It was exactly as Professor Chamberlain said at the end, it was the politics interfering with the science. Because this was a study the FDA requested, the FDA reviewed, the FDA evaluated at every step along the way. And then when the results came out to be highly inconvenient, the FDA issued a very cursory rejection of the same $30 million state-of-the-art study that had never been done before. Subsequent to that study, and relevant to what the board is considering this evening, the Ramazzini Institute studied the equivalent of base station radiation, much weaker than cell phone radiation. And they found that even with base station radiation, there were particular types of highly rare, highly malignant tumors of the brain that occurred, and of the nerve cells that were found in animals exposed to base station radiation as well. And those studies are relevant, and we can talk about their relevance to humans, but it's a preposterous hypocrisy on the part of the FDA to reject the study they originally requested that did find evidence of cancer.
Thank you for that. Representative Garth?
Yes, hi. Thank you, Rep. Matheny. Thank you for the presentation and the education on this subject. A lot of my questions have been answered. I have one for Judge Holzberg and Attorney Smith. Have any cities in the state not approved the template or the application?
If I may, I believe Judge Holzberg is left. This particular template is before 5 cities, including Stanford. As the judge said earlier, Hartford has approved it. Bridgeport has approved it. It is in the approval pipeline in New Haven and Waterbury. None of the cities that have acted on it have rejected it.
And do you know what changes or amendments were made from the template to the final application?
None.
None? Okay.
The template that is before you is in the form that was agreed to by all of the parties.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Garst. Representative Goldberg?
I just got a message that my battery's about to die. While I switch devices, could Representative Mays take my time?
Certainly. Representative Mays?
By the way,
thank you.
who's running the meeting? Because I'm going to have to drop off, get a new device, and come back.
I am Representative Goldberg. I'll admit you.
I'll
Thank you.
let you in.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Thank you, Representative Matheny. I assume I have the floor now.
Yes, sir.
First, I want to thank all of our panelists. Really appreciate the information that you presented tonight, as well as your perspective. You spent a lot of time with us, explaining a lot of the science. I'm a little concerned, though, that we have not heard perhaps what could be the other side of the story, and a different perspective. Knowing the fact that the FCC did set a standards, there must be people who have determined on how to set those standards and how to conduct the testing that would have that knowledge and perhaps knowledge of any kind of human health interactions. But absent that, I do have some questions for Mr. Chamberlain. We talked a little bit about the difference between base stations and small cells, and that the older technology required, big base stations, and now we've got a lot of little small cells that may be distributed throughout our neighborhoods. Just check my knowledge on this, because I'm not sure I'm right, but my understanding is that the radiation in close proximity to the base stations is very high. And in comparison to the small cells, which in comparison is relatively low. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it that way. There are a few distinctions that I think are important to make here. One is the naming of something being a small cell. In many places, and I've gone out and made measurements, something will be designated as a small cell based solely on its height. So as an example, you could have a 4G antenna placed on a 50-foot high mast, and they could call it a small cell, and it would get around certain zoning requirements. I've seen that firsthand. So I think we have to be careful as we parse this out. So what is a small cell? It could be 5G, it could be 4G. Like I say, I've seen it and measured it. So sometimes it's simply a means to get around zoning requirements to designate something as a small cell. So I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Interesting. I'd like to see how this contract is worded to actually articulate what exactly is a small cell.
Yeah.
Doesn't the radiation, though, dissipate as a exponential function of the distance from the unit?
It's 1/r² for any frequency.
Right. So the people who live further away from a cell would be exposed to less radiation, correct?
Absolutely.
Significantly less radiation. Okay.
I got a little bit of a caveat there, and that is there's something called, well, the radiation pattern, the antenna pattern. So sometimes right under the site, you're going to have less radiation than as you move away from it. So if you were to plot radiation moving away from the site, the base of the tower, you'd see it be fairly low, and then it would increase with distance. So being different than the 1/r² that I mentioned. Mm-hmm. So that's the antenna pattern, and that would be another discussion of that I'd be happy to get into. But that comes into play also.
That's an interesting caveat. One of the things that I think from a 30,000-foot view is that aren't we really exposed to RF radiation in our homes, far more so today than even probably 10 years ago? I mean, when our homes are equipped with Wi-Fi routers, and sometimes repeaters, satellite systems, and those are, at least in my house, those are 5G. No.
The radiation within your home, that's going to be 2.45 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz, but not 5G.
Okay. So I guess that's it's a marketing term, as we probably talked about. But
also, it shows up as 5G on your phone, but it's not truly 5G. It's really very, very confusing. And there's no real regulation of this. And, again, it's wonderful that you're raising these points. Most people don't even get this far.
Right.
But if you want to know how to reduce your wireless in your home, we have a very valuable set of information on our website about how to reduce exposures. And we think it's appropriate to reduce exposures because we've shown you all the evidence on this. And the science, as Professor Chamberlain said, the science is pretty well established. The problem is it's a little bit like we're all in that pot of water that's getting hotter and hotter. And what we'd like to encourage and what Environmental Health Trust is doing now, working with teachers and young parents and grandparents, is to encourage people to figure out ways to be wired. I mean, I'm talking to you now on a wired computer. I have a wired mouse. I am using an Ethernet connection. It's faster, safer, and more secure, and it can't be hacked as easily. And it's not that hard to do. And you'll find out, by the way, that you won't be saying, could you please get off because I'm trying to stream a movie? Because if everybody's wired, you won't be competing for bandwidth. So I think it's really important to say that you need to recognize that there are ways to reduce your exposures in your home, even though you're absolutely right. The exposures have grown exponentially.
Well, Ms. Davis, I think you're going to be really hard pressed to try to convince people to abandon wireless technology to go back to wired technology. We're not going to go back to VCRs or fax machines either. So
no. I'm not saying to abandon it. I'm saying that there are times when you don't need it. Obviously, mobile technology, I mean, I've got a mobile phone right here. By the way, it works fine in my house on airplane mode and Wi-Fi connected, and I turn it off and turn everything off at night. There are ways to do this to make it work.
So here's the question. You brought up mobile phones. So many people have their mobile phones against their ear for hours at a time. And in the overall scheme of things, isn't your exposure to RF radiation much higher from the radiation from your mobile phone, directly from your mobile phone to your brain, to your ear, than it would be from, let's say, a small cell that may be located 300 feet, 400 feet on a cell tower in your neighborhood? A small cell.
Yes.
That's correct.
Theodore,
But
are you saying somebody specific, or is it just Representative Mays?
Well, I was actually directing my questions to Mr. Chamberlain, but if Ms. Davis wants to answer those, that's fine.
No, Mr. Chamberlain, please.
Okay, so you're absolutely right. This is going to be a far greater radiation than what you get from a cell tower near you, more acute. But you're going to get the cell phone radio or the cell tower radiation 24/7. These towers, they don't put them up in areas with no traffic density. So you're going to, the cell tower is operating almost continuously, sending out radiation. I would hope that you're not on your cell phone 24/7, but your point is well taken. But here's something that the New Hampshire Commission was very adamant about, and that is we would like you, the citizen, to be able to make the decision about your exposure. So if a cell tower is far away, you can turn off the electronics in your home and not be exposed. If you want to use Wi-Fi, if you want to use all the resources available for wireless radiation, you can do that also. We felt it was very important to give you the choice because some people are so sensitive to exposure to radiation. As I mentioned earlier, they can't be in a room with an operating cell phone. So we want people
understood.
To
so it really comes down to your risk tolerance.
Yes.
As to whether you want to take that risk or not, I suppose, once you know what the potential hazards are. But if we go down that road a little bit, let me ask you a question. How would you reconcile the difference between the risk of potential health effects from exposure to RF radiation through your home, through the cells, small cells, whatever, and the inability to make an emergency phone call if somebody's being attacked because their cell service is so poor? And we've got Representative Matheny, who's actually suffering from that problem right now. Not that you're being attacked, and thank God you've got an ex-policeman.
The answer, I don't know if you're aware of Wi-Fi calling. That's what my phone's set to right now. So I do have Wi-Fi at home. It's pretty low level, but I do have it. I can get access to my Wi-Fi anywhere in the home. And as long as my phone is set to Wi-Fi calling, I have really great connection. And it operates exactly as you'd want a cell phone when connected to the cellular network. I'm getting about 30 times lower radiation connecting to my own Wi-Fi than I would if I connected to the cellular network.
Well, what about if people are out and about in their neighborhood and they're not connected to Wi-Fi?
Well, I think in what I mentioned before too about the signal level you need to have a great connection. It is 1/1000th of the FCC limit. So you can be enjoying a great phone call, 4 bars, 5 bars, and be not be in the range of exposures that's going to be harmful.
Okay.
In fact, I've got a slide that shows that, but I don't need to go to it right now. So it's just where you place the tower, and that's what I've spent my career doing is siting of cell towers, of radio towers, and I know that you can do that. You move far away enough away so that you're not overly exposing people.
So you talked before about the standards that have been set by the FCC, the lack of, let's say, robust testing to really get an clear understanding of the health effects. I'm not sure if these studies that were done by the FCC were peer reviewed or not, but I certainly would have hoped so. But is there any way that you can advocate for, as a group, perhaps advocate for better standards from the FCC, and make a compelling enough argument that the government would actually go and do a review and make a determination that the standards need to be tightened?
So a direct answer to your question is that I'm vice chair of a group. It's the International Commission on the Biological Effects of Electromagnetic Radiation. And we've written a 14-point paper that addresses exactly what's wrong with the FCC standards. So that's been published. I can make it available to you. And
sure.
The thing is, when you're dealing with captured agency, and I don't mean to sound like a conspiracy theorist, this is real. Harvard University identified it. But when you have a captured agency, they can look, you can send them all the data you want, and they just kind of shrug their shoulders. They're not going to do anything. So yeah, we're doing our part. A lot of us are trying to do our part. Environmental Health Trust is doing their part. But when you're dealing with a captured agency, they can ignore you as long as they want, just like the tobacco industry did. And that's what that Harvard University report says. It says that telecom, the FCC is following the same playbook as did big tobacco. And if you keep repeating a lie often enough, it becomes the truth. And I'm afraid that's what we're seeing.
Well, I guess I'm not as skeptical as you. I'm not as skeptical as you because I deal with the Consumer Product Safety Commission on a regular basis, and I've got them to change many laws based on my advocacy efforts. So
could you join us?
I would encourage you, if you truly believe that the science behind your studies is solid, that you try to make that change and advocate for that change. But in the meantime, we're faced with the existing technology that's in the marketplace. And I think that until that technology changes in the marketplace, we are essentially going to have to accept it. I think otherwise, as other municipalities have found, that if they try to go against the FCC rules, or the carriers are going to sue them, and I don't think we want to subject the city to that.
Well, first of all, even if they sue you, the only thing they can get out of it is that you accept their permit, that you approve their permit. They can't sue you for damages. So I'm hopeful that more municipalities are active in this. And by the way, there are quite a few municipalities that have put in setbacks. In fact, Theodore Scorado talked about that. So a lot of places have done that. They've put into place meaningful setbacks for schools and daycare centers and hospitals. So it can be done.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. I really appreciate your answers tonight. Appreciate the information you presented. So thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Mays. I see, Ms. Corrado, did you want to comment on what Representative Mays was talking about?
I think it's been answered. I just wanted to mention that, yes, while the local air tissue is going to get a higher level from a phone next to your head, say, What needs to be looked at, and there actually was just a study that came out on this, is that total full body exposure over time, because that's what's missing from the FCC limits, is looking at that cumulative exposure. So there have been studies done on, kids in kindergartens. There's a study out of Australia that looked at kids in kindergartens near cell towers and far from cell towers, and found, of course, that the kids near cell towers had that higher total exposure. It's not so simple. It's not, you got to look at all the different pieces.
Thank you for that. We can move on. Representative Goldberg.
Hi, thanks. Yes, I'm back with a new battery. If I could talk to attorney, I believe it's Attorney Smith. Is that our attorney that's with us tonight?
I am with you.
Hi there. So while this has all been very interesting and thought-provoking, I'm trying to understand what really LU 31.032 is about. It's an agreement that it sounds like, and I joined late. I want to apologize. I had another commitment with another committee. If I understood, I sort of jumped in the middle of your talking points. This is an agreement, it sounded like you said, that we don't have a lot of degrees of freedom on changing because the FCC kind of sets the rules by which we play. Is that accurate? Or maybe you could just refresh our memory.
Yeah.
Of like what we can really change or even challenge. Like what's our ring fence that we operate in?
Okay. Well, I'm going to distinguish between this particular agreement and the general state of the law with respect to regulation of this kind of equipment. It is primarily the province of the federal government. And the federal government has enacted a couple of laws, and FCC has enacted a series of regulations pursuant to those laws that define the lane of municipal regulation in a relatively narrow way, particularly compared to other kinds of activities that are generally under the purview of municipal regulation. Cities and towns have the ability to establish reasonable, whatever that means, standards for construction, for aesthetics, for the design of the cabinets and the equipment, to establish fees within a range established by the FCC, to act within a specific timetable. There's a provision in the FCC orders called the shot clock, which requires action within a fixed period of time, depending on the nature of the application, whether it's for a single facility or multiple facilities. All of those regulations have to be considered reasonable, with reasonableness defined by the federal statute that says that municipalities, and I'll paraphrase here, I can probably dig up the actual language if you like, that municipalities cannot act in a way that materially interferes with the deployment of the equipment. That's sort of the guardrail. That's the circle, I think, is the way that you described it, and that's a good way to look at it.
So if we were to say that tonight, and when we decided based on tonight's conversation, we don't want anything to do with this, and we didn't approve this agreement, and when it went to the floor of the board, we didn't approve the agreement, what would happen to us? Or
Well, I
what are
think
the
it would.
likely outcomes? I know you can't.
Right, I'm a little reluctant to predict what the carriers might do, but among their options would be to decline to deal with Stanford, that they would decide that for this reason or any reason or no reason, they don't want to deploy this equipment in Stanford. Another option that they have would be to make an application through, the existing regulations in Stanford. And again, any further action beyond that would depend on what Stanford did. I know that I was involved in a case for the city of Hartford in which AT&T, and this is a matter of public record, so I can talk about it, made application for, I think, 7 facilities, and it was denied. And Hartford, AT&T sued Hartford under the federal statute, claiming that Hartford's actions were in violation of the Telecommunications Act and the FCC regulations. And ultimately, the Hartford, settled with AT&T and approved the units.
Any idea what that cost them in legal fees?
I can tell you, but I can't tell you.
Right.
It was not.
I mean, is it more than $1 million or
Oh,
less?
no, it wasn't $1 million. No.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we occasionally we have legal fees, and it's, it'd be nice to know what our potential exposure could be if we went down a litigious route.
Right. It depends on how far the litigation goes. I mean, this was settled before trial. I think there were motions for summary judgment, and the lawyers would know what that means. But it's a step preliminary to trial. Now, if in a case that goes to trial, gets appealed on top of that, and ultimately
gets expensive
to
quick.
The Supreme Court, you can add as many zeros as you like.
Yeah. One of the individuals mentioned that maybe we should think about setbacks. Is that something that I guess other municipalities have talked about setbacks relative to these microcells or these new kinds of cell sites? Is that something that Connecticut law allows us as a municipality to set those kind of conditions, or is that out of our?
I think it would depend on, again, you would fall back on the reasonableness standard. Right now, and each city rather, is under this proposed agreement would develop some of their own aesthetic and construction standards. There's a guideline in here that talks about not having it's a setback from other similar facilities, not setback from any specific other kinds of uses, residential uses or schools or anything like that. I think that would probably be the subject of negotiation between the city and the carrier.
Would we be an outlier if we turn this agreement down?
Well, I can only speak to what's going on in Connecticut. I don't know.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, as I mentioned before, there are 5 cities. 2 have acted. The 2 that have acted have approved. It's pending in 3 cities, including Stanford.
Okay. It sounds, is it a reasonable conclusion for me to think that if we were not to approve this agreement and the carriers were to decide that they just didn't want to deal with us, fine, we'll leave you with the old technology. Good luck with that. We'd be probably at a competitive disadvantage relative to our neighbors. that might allow this technology in their town. Is that
well? I will only pass on what I have heard from other economic development officers in the other cities who hold that view.
okay? Yeah, okay. Interesting. So, okay. Well, I really appreciate your answering my questions. I'm more focused on this particular agreement and what we need to do to. I recognize that there's a lot of health concerns. I don't know enough about them to pass judgment on them, but I think the commercial issues are fairly clear and straightforward. If I can just ask one last question to our guests tonight, the individuals from the Environmental Health Trust. I am not familiar with your organization, and I'm sure you discussed this when you first came on. Could you tell me a little bit about who your organization is and its background, and just you're a completely new entity to me, so help me know who you are.
Oh, Deborah, you're muted.
Thank you. We have a website. We are ehtrust.org. We're a 15-year-old organization that was founded by me and two physicians at the University of Pittsburgh Cancer Institute, where I was the director of the Center for Environmental Oncology. I myself have been a professor of epidemiology and toxicology. I have more than 220 publications, 11 monographs, 3 popular books. I've also...
So do you teach at the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine?
I did, but I don't any longer. Okay. I was also visiting professor at Hadassah Medical School in Jerusalem, and I am currently visiting professor of medicine in Turkey, and actually I have a position in China as well. So I've done, and in the later years, I've done a lot of teaching at internationally, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, et cetera. We conduct research, we talk about it, and we try to explain to the public why and how to be safer with respect to avoidable environmental health hazards. We've worked on lead and air pollution, and now we've been working on wireless radiation and why and how you should reduce exposures to it in order to prevent harm, particularly to our children, especially to the developing brain, about which there's a lot of information out there. So I don't have the backgrounds for everyone on this panel as well, but I'm delighted to provide more information. The website speaks for itself. We have also we have pretty good ratings around the globe because we've done.
And you're the ones that organized all the speakers tonight. Is that right? Were you the organizers?
Well, I think it's been a group effort, but we worked with Representative Michel's to put together this group. And I think you have the A team, especially with Blake Levitt, who is a member of your state, who has also pioneered in understanding this issue as a former New York Times science reporter who has been digging into this issue now for several decades. So you've got tremendous resources there. And as to your concerns about competitiveness, which are of course real and important, let me just say that you can compete to lead on this issue. I believe that people are going to want to come to an area that is greener and leaner and protects the health of all of its citizens. And while electrohypersensitivity is a rare phenomenon, people tend to know it if they're getting headaches or things are happening with direct exposure. But as Professor Chamberlain indicated, there are a lot of problems that people have that they don't even connect. They don't connect their insomnia to whether or not they've been sleeping with their iPad, falling asleep on their chest. They don't connect their arrhythmia to the fact that they've been exposed. And we think the science is pretty compelling at this point. The problem, as one of your colleagues indicated, is that we've all drunk the Kool-Aid, all of us, and nobody's saying we're going to go back to the Stone Age, but we need to rethink it. And I think that Stanford could become a leader in rethinking this and not necessarily worry that they're going to be behind the 8 ball, but in fact become a mecca for those who want to see a safer system for their schools and for their citizens.
One last question. I seem to remember, is Robert Kennedy involved with your organization?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw something.
You did. There was something on a conspiracy website that somebody sent to me that said I was working for Robert Kennedy. I do not now, nor have I ever worked.
No. This was, I thought it, I just, in part of
what
the
is in common is that his organization takes on a lot of issues. One of the issues they have taken on is the issue of wireless radiation. And the Court of Appeal, the U.S. Court of Appeals ordered us to file our reply with Robert Kennedy's organization. Prior to that and subsequently, we have not worked with that organization.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if he used your name or something, or I remembered seeing something about environmental and trust in his name, and I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you for that.
Apparently he mentioned us on Joe Rogan. That's what somebody told me. I don't listen to Joe Rogan. I don't know about that, but someone said that.
I don't either. I'm more of a Colin McEnroe guy. Anyway, I thank you for your time tonight. And I will be studying the science of this a bit more to get myself informed. Thank you.
I'll be happy to send any of you that would like a new edition of my book, Disconnect, which was published in 2010 by Penguin Dutton, the subtitle of which was The Truth About Cell Phone Radiation. It wasn't a bestseller then, but we're hoping that it will become one in a new edition that will be coming out in November and December. And I'm happy to send any of you that would like.
Sure, that'd be lovely. You can send that to our office, and our staff will get it out to us. And good luck on your next edition. All right, thank you. Sadly I need to drop, but thank you very much.
Information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Goig. Yes, Representative Adams.
Could we let the other group go? Because don't like we're gonna get to them tonight. It's 10:19. And can we
the other group? Which group?
Yeah, we got somebody else on the agenda that is waiting because the chair say that they would go in line. So since we just late, can we just stop and make a motion to send that back to committee? To steering and let them go and continue the conversation? I don't know what the position is. But...
Chair Matheny, I have some information about that.
Sure, go ahead.
I did during this discussion try to get in touch with the chair or the head of Mill River Park, Nitty Compton, to find out, what would be too late. I don't know if she's listening right now. I see Mill River Collaborative on. If she can't make it, we could just hold the item at the end, or if it's too late, I can try to reach out to her if you would like. I can call her.
She's on.
I think Ms. Compton is on right now.
She's on.
Sorry, Nina, I didn't see your, my phone went to silent mode at 10, so I didn't see your text, sorry.
So if we want to continue on with this current subject, correct me if I'm wrong, if I say if there are no objections, we could with the committee we could recommit Ms. Compton's item to steering. Is that appropriate, Ms. Rosenson?
I think that's fine. It's a review item.
Okay. So if the committee has no objections, we will recommit this item. We don't have to take a vote on that, correct?
Well, typically you would, but you can also, if there's no objection, we can just say it's unanimous. But if someone wants to make a motion to do it, that would be cleaner.
Motion to approve by voice vote.
Second.
The motion is to recommit item 2 to steering.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll take a voice vote. All those in favor to recommit?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that
Thank you
item.
for your patience.
Thanks.
Hanging in
Yeah,
there with us tonight.
I learned a lot. I found this super fascinating, so I didn't mind waiting around.
Thank you.
we'll see you next month.
All right, thanks. Thanks.
You should come hang out with us more often.
You just let me know when. I'm around.
All day with her today.
It's true. Yeah, we had the whole day together. Well, thank you all so much. Keep going.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Before I go to Representative Grunberger, Ms. Blake, you've been patiently waiting. Would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, there were several points that the commissioners brought up that I wanted to respond to, and I'll do it all at once. Boy, you guys asked all the right questions and really, really good pointed ones too. To Commissioner Mays.
You muted yourself. There you go.
Oh dear. Okay. Oh yes, I see. What I wanted to say is that all of the papers that have been mentioned, certainly in my slides and anybody else's, and any of the papers that have been referred to by Environmental Health Trust, are all peer reviewed. Most of them highly rigorously. Certainly mine. We were really put through our paces by peer reviewers on that. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is the issue of cell phones against the head having the stronger exposure versus a distant transmitter. This is as complicated as it gets with this area of science. As a science journalist, what I can tell you is that, and I've read thousands of papers at this point because I've been at this for well over 30 years. Something turns up in the bioelectromagnetics literature that I never see in other areas of health reporting, and that has to do with nonlinear effects. Nonlinear effects you'll recognize as a tech engineer yourself. Nonlinear effects when it comes to biology means that the strongest physical reactions can happen at the lowest intensity exposures. That's where far field exposures actually are equally as dangerous in some capacities as near field exposures are to the head. So I just wanted to cue you to that. Also to Kent's Chamberlain's a description of different radiation patterns. If you go to the findings of fact in the Pura thing that I'm sure that you've taken a look at, you can actually see exactly what he's demonstrating with the Shipan Valley model. You can see that the exposures are actually lower at the 30-foot increment than they are at the 80-foot increment at that residence door. So that's a very well illustrated point that you can actually see in the materials. Having to do with research, like I said, I've been at this since forever, and I've worked with several congressional offices on research appropriations for exactly what it is that you're describing. We never got around to broadband because it's just so complicated. But I worked with Senator Leahy's office for a number of years on research appropriations to hand over to or to have conducted by the National Institutes of Health. And invariably, those bills would never make it out of the Commerce Committee, and they were often just killed from the top by representatives who were unfortunately taking a lot of money from the industry. So I have direct experience with that. And to Commissioner Goldberg, I wanted to say that if you turn this down, you might very well end up in court, but hopefully you'll end up in the right federal courts. And if you make the right arguments, you can actually win this. and you can actually overturn some of the precedents that are tying your hands now, because they're very, very vulnerable given the state of the information that exists now. But the right arguments would have to be made. So those were my comments, and I just want to congratulate this board on just tremendous due diligence when it comes to this so far. And in the very least, you will have that to point to if you do end up in court. You'll be able to point to all of us and to this hearing tonight as an illustration of your due diligence. So that's going to be in your favor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blake. Representative Grumberger?
Thank you, Representative. I want to recognize and thank Representative David Michel for bringing together so many superstar expert humanists. David, as some of you know, is a tireless worker on behalf of the environment here. And I'm not afraid of becoming a national case. In fact, I think that's a wonderful idea. We found out that our water is in fact clean, even though we had a Love Canal situation in North Stamford before. And we also know that our air is polluted. And we're beginning to talk about doing something about that with a tiny grant and hopefully do more. But I take a precautionary approach. And by precautionary, for those of you who don't know, what that means that if a product or action or policy has a suspected risk of causing harm to the public or to the environment, protective action should be supported before there is complete scientific proof of a risk. So I think that it's pretty clear that this is a horrible, horrible risk, and especially for those with compromised immune systems. And that we know that while I love, two of my colleagues who have spoken, one clearly, was a consultant for telecoms, and the other, I want to tell him that I'm an expert in certain things, or I'm a specialist in other things, and I can research other things, but I believe in professionalism. People like, Blake, you've read thousands of articles, you people are we're getting world-class advice here. I would just urge you or ask you if we go down this road, and I'd love to go down this road, if you'll come along with us and give us the support that we need. To Attorney, I guess Smith is the only one on the line now. Given this information, doesn't this set the city up for lawsuits? We're so worried about lawsuits, being sued for not taking this. Doesn't this set this up for a lawsuit if someone were to be recognized with illness?
I suppose one could make that theory, although I think that there are defenses that municipalities have that individuals don't have, and for what it's worth, the agreement provides that the carriers will indemnify the cities in certain circumstances.
Well, let me ask the same question of Ken. What do you think? What's your response to that?
Indemnify, how do you do that when insurance companies won't do it? Would you self-indemnify? I think that's what may potentially the bigger risk. There are lawsuits already, but that people are filing against municipalities because of their being harmed by cell phone radiation and cell tower radiation. So I think that it goes both ways. There's another thing, and that is with asbestos, going back there, it was discovered to be a risk. People got mesothelioma. I can't even say it right. It's getting late. And so they would sue like a school system as an example, and they would get compensated through the insurance company. One thing that's happening here, because no insurance company will insure against wireless radiation harm, then who's going to be liable? Who's got the deep pocket? So it's going to go to the city. So I think that it's a double-edged sword would be my point there.
And Blake, can you react to that too? Blake?
Is usually for things like towers falling over or hitting people on the heads, or in emergency situations when cell coverage goes down, people in emergency situations experiencing some sort of damage. They're almost universally not for health claims. if they're in compliance with the FCC. That's sort of the handshake that they do when it comes to that. If they're in compliance with the FCC, they would assumed to be held harmless for these exposures, which does not necessarily mean that they're not happening, and it also doesn't necessarily mean that a case couldn't be made, given the inadequacy of the standards and the high bar of thermal effects that couldn't be proven. There have been several cell phone cases that have unfortunately not been successful. It's very, very difficult to prove cause and effect with one cell, one small cell, and one brain tumor. I mean, that's an almost impossible bar to meet in tort law. There's a wealth of case law in one of the in the 2000 forum that the Berkshire Litchfield Environmental Council held. We had the director from the Federal Communications Commission, a director of the microwave frequency bands, and we also had a former FCC attorney who were speakers there. And in my book, Cell Towers, Wireless Convenience, Environmental Hazard, all of those talks are there. As a matter of fact, we actually had the director of the Connecticut Sighting Council, the executive director, who was Joel Reingold at the time, was one of our speakers. All of those presentations are in the Cell Towers book. That came out in 2000, but you can see the fundamental backbone of how these legal cases were initially built. The information is available. There's a lot of really interesting case law in this and a lot of good arguments that have been made. Yours could be unique, and it really could effectively overturn the provision of Section 704 in the Telecommunications Act if it was argued correctly. Fundamentally, the argument is that the Second Circuit that ruled in the cell phone task force case, that was the one that gave deference to the federal level, that was, I believe, tried in the early 2000s. That case very specifically maps out the fact that the FCC has the EPA and other agencies to rely on for advice at the exact same time that the EPA's research labs were being defunded. Back at that time, there is no one who's really advising the FCC on this any longer. Therefore, the cell phone task force case could be overturned. But anyway, that's the subject of a different kind of conversation. The law is there, and there's some really interesting things that could happen with it.
Right. May I elaborate on my answer about the indemnification?
Go ahead.
I would, when you get the chance, I would draw your attention to Section 10 of the agreement, which provides that the carriers will defend and indemnify the cities for all the claims arising out of the acts or omissions of a carrier in the performance of the activities permitted by this agreement and or the installation, operation, maintenance, repair, and or removal of the facilities, unless the damages are caused by the negligence or willful misconduct of the city. Now, one could, I suppose, posit a set of facts where the city acts in a negligent or willful misconduct. But I think in most cases, the city would be protected, even if the insurance, even if the carriers are not insured. The companies that you're dealing with, AT&T and Verizon, if nothing else, have deep pockets.
Yeah, from my point of view,
Yes,
I don't. Go
yes,
ahead.
indeed. Yes, indeed, they do. The question to ask AT&T and Verizon are, who are their insurance carriers, and ask to see what they specifically indemnify for. They talk about the operation of their systems. Again, if they're in compliance with the FCC regulations, they assume that they will be held harmless. That's not necessarily true.
Perhaps the same protection would extend to the municipalities who relied on both the carriers and the FCC.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope that that's the case. I've never seen a contract in which a municipality, and I've seen many, has actually been fully indemnified against health damage. When they talk about willful damage on the city's part, they're talking about you banging into their facilities with snowplows and things like that. They're also talking about rights of way not being shoveled out or cleared, or things that's what they have in mind. They don't have health effects in mind. Generally, that's my experience.
And we know if we have firsthand evidence here. We had Purdue Pharma in our town, and how many millions of people had their lives destroyed because people are trying to sell certain products. So for me, it's as one of my colleagues always says, the juicer isn't worth the squeeze. I don't see a 5G emergency in this town. That we have many other problems that we need to solve, but I don't think we should back away from some threat of any kind of a lawsuit because someone's in a hurry to do something. But I have another question, Attorney Smith. Can you clarify how many antennas is the contract allowing AT&T to install in Stanford?
There is no numerical limit.
That's the point. So if there's no number stipulated, could it be hundreds?
I suppose if they believed that it was in their economic interest to do that, they could apply. Okay,
so back to Blake. The question is that once if people said they were putting so much power into one antenna, what would stop them from going back a month, a year, a day later and adding more power without informing any of us? I think once this ship has sailed, then we're up for anything. And people with compromised systems are going to get sick, and who's going to know? And I don't really, like technology just for the sake of technology. If there's substantial risk, I think that I'd go back to the precautionary approach. So I think that I encourage my fellow board members to deny this, and I think we should, if in fact we have to be a test case, I think we should be a test case. And I just am asking, Kent and Blake and whoever else is still on the call, if you'll go down this road with us, if we go down this road.
I can only speak for myself, but it depends on how much abuse I'm willing to stand at any given point in time.
Right. No,
that's a maybe. It depends on your legal arguments. I'm not going to waste my time, in other words, any more than you're going to waste yours.
No, I believe in expertise again, so I wouldn't make the arguments. We'd look at you and Kent and others to make the arguments for us.
I would say Joe Sandry would be your guy.
And Joe, okay, thank you. And I don't know, Jen, how we do this, but maybe we should move the question, because it seems like people have made up their minds unless other people want to speak, because it is 10:30.
You can't move a question in committee. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't want to move. Okay. So,
excuse me. It's Bert Rosenberg. I would like to ask that this matter be continued until the November meeting for the following reasons.
Yeah. I saw the floor, right? I have the floor.
Yes.
You just bombed in. Yeah. Okay. So I'm really worried about that, and I anticipated this because David has assembled this incredible, superstar team, and I don't want it to get diluted. This is a common thing. I did environmental work in the state of Rhode Island in the 70s, and this was a common theme where people would put things off and put things off with a strategic idea that worked. And then we were suing on behalf of the environment and not on behalf of people who had actually been harmed. And we don't want to dilute things. We have this team here with us, and I want to vote on this tonight.
Madam Chairman, if I can have the floor, I'd like to be heard, please. It's Attorney Rosenberg.
I want to make him the floor. If he wants to respond, he can respond.
Oh yeah. Are you is this, and then you're giving up the floor, Representative Goldberg?
No, I'm Grunberger.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Grunberger. It's getting late. I apologize.
That's right. I'd like to ask you how we could actually vote on this tonight. What I don't want to do is to hold this. And if we have to vote on whether or not we have to hold this, then I do not want to hold this. And I'm sure the Representative Sherwood has something to say about this too.
That would be depending on the.
Madam Chair, I'd
So,
like to be heard, Madam.
Mr. Rosenberg, I apologize. Uh, um, uh, so, uh, Representative Grumberger,
I'll yield to Nina, and she can take the floor for me, but I reserve the right to speak if needed later.
So there's two more hands up on the committee, so let me go through those first, Attorney Rosenberg, and then I'll give you a chance. So the next one in line is Representative Adams. Go ahead, you have the floor.
I guess my question is, well, I guess a comment. 3 or 4 years ago, the economic development came in front of us, and there was a conversation about self-driving cars coming to Stanford to be tested in Stanford to generate new business to Stanford for jobs and to help develop this new technology for new jobs for our kids. And I think this cell towers is a result of that. And I'm asking you, if this don't happen, would we be able to drive self-driving cars with existing towers that is miles away? Anybody would like to answer that? Maybe Ms. Blake, because I think you mentioned that this type of cells is for self-driving cars. And I think that was the intent 3 or 4 years ago when our economic development went out and did a research and tried to bring this technology to Stanford. So if it did came, a lot of jobs would come with it. Kids help program the cars, making it safe, developing what to do and what not to do. Now, the question to you guys, if we don't do this, will the towers that existed be able to self-drive these cars from the distance that they are?
I'm sorry,
I don't quite understand. Are you asking if there's going to be enough coverage if you don't sign this proposal, and newcomers don't?
Yeah, I'm asking you that the towers that exist that now just do the phones and the computers, will, if that technology come to Stanford, will they be able to support self-driving cars if we pick downtown Stanford, Landis Street, Treasure Boulevard to the south end and come back? Will the existing technology that's in place now will be able to implicate that?
The existing, and Ken can answer this as well. The existing technology can handle a great deal. You've already got self-driving cars that are out there. They rely on a different technology that's inherent, I think, mostly to the cars and remote sensing devices. I don't know if you want to address this, Kent, but 4G Lite is handling a majority of the cell traffic these days. One of the other things that's happening is that there's tremendous competition between the cable TV providers and the wireless providers. The cable TV providers are the ones that are primarily stringing the majority of the fiber optic cable throughout our neighborhoods these days. Most of those companies offer bundled services. You'll see with things like Charter and Optimum and the other service providers. You'll see that they're offering mobile capacity to their customers. They're hanging what are called and Kent and Joe can talk about this. They're hanging what are called femtocells. They're fairly small, directly on the cable, and they're bypassing both Pura and things like the Siting Council by hanging it directly on their existing cable. Now, what that means, and they have handshakes with each other, and it's different providers that they have the contracts with. So, for instance, with Optimum, their contract is with T-Mobile, and so if you sign on with Optimum, if that's your cable provider, then you've got mobile capacity as well. And as you move into non-Optimum territory, it might depending on their contracts, be able to hand off with AT&T that, for instance, might be working with Charter. So you've already got probably ubiquitous mobile coverage out there. What you don't necessarily have is the marketing rah-rah that's behind 5G, which was primarily a Wall Street model to really line their investor pockets and startup companies, and that's what it is that caused Connecticut to declare itself the first 5G state. They didn't really even recognize what they were declaring themselves. They thought that it was, just a very progressive pro-tech direction to go in, without realizing what they were fully setting in motion. And so you've got a lot of things at play at any given time. You won't have 5G capacity, but you don't really have it now. 5G capacity, like I said before, is machine-to-machine communication. It's not just about self-driving cars. A lot of it is depends on massive data services that are going to be required by various corporations, and it is getting late, so I'm losing my train of thought here. A lot of the major computer cloud storage areas are plugged into 5G types of technology. It's very much of an evolving area, Commissioner Adams, and there's no real answer in terms of, if we build it, will they come? If you build it, they will come. It's just a question of when. If you don't build it, they might come anyway. So they'll just come to different neighborhoods under individual applications, rather than a broad proposal that gives them this kind of entree into your public rights of way. That's really what the proposal is about. So pay closer attention to the broad brush that is behind this proposal, and to whose advantage that is. It might not necessarily be the cities. Sorry for the long answer. I'm tired.
Yeah. I wasn't aware, because I know when the economic development director was talking about this, that we did not have the technology to even run the self-driving cars in Stanford. So if you saying it exists, I don't know if it exists in Stanford. And the reason that it was going to be put in.
Do you want a self-driving car?
Well, I would like for our kids to be able to work on these cars and figure out the technology and create the program to make these cars operate. Because, we didn't want electric cars, but we got them, and they advanced it. So we got self-driving cars that maybe wind up to be cabs, or I can take older people to the doctor without having a driver. Is the technology present itself? All well and good.
Well, okay. I understand that perspective. Tesla has self-driving cars, and they're notorious for accidents. And Elon Musk just assumes that failure is, unfortunately, human lives have been lost. But his approach is that this is collateral damage on the way to perfecting technology. So it'll come eventually. It'll be here. It's not necessarily going to have to be 5G. It can be through remote sensing devices that are inherent to different automobile models, the way Tesla is. So
yeah, but that means that
it's not going to hold you back. It's not going to hold you back. Not, well, at least not for long.
Okay, but that means that the bigger players is the one that would only want to be in the game. So other these small guys is trying to get into the towers now won't be able to be in a competitive market in this area. So if you're saying
it was kind of ever thus. It was ever thus with small players trying to get into larger arenas like this, and even if they did get into the larger arenas, the pattern of corporate America these days would be consolidation, and the larger guys would buy them out anyway. So,
okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Adams, are you finished?
I'm finished. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Representative Sherwood. Representative Sir?
Hi, sorry. Yes, I'm here. I was hoping that one of my cohorts would ask about this, but they didn't, and I know it's getting late, but our board has done a lot of work on trees and tree canopy coverage, and there's currently a number of representatives, including myself and Representative Grunberger, who are working on a tree ordinance to protect the tree canopy and increase the tree canopy in Stanford. Blake Levitt, you had mentioned that in Europe, there was, I guess, a study, or there was some research done on how the trees were dying back based on the radiation, I guess. If you could just expand on that a little bit, because I know that this board is very passionate about trees. Thank you.
That's a really interesting area. As a matter of fact, the Environmental Health Trust. Have I been kicked offline? No, there I am.
No. What I did is I brought up the picture of the study in Europe that I thought you could speak
good.
to.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Ken. The Environmental Health Trust has a file of these kinds of pictures. Trees self-prune. It's been observed for a long time that the trees self-prune around radio frequency radiation. We have a whole section in part 2 of our wildlife papers on flora and fauna. And we have a whole chart in there on exactly what trees like and what they don't like, and they really don't like RF. Trees, as you know, have their feet in the ground, which is linked in very sensitively to the Earth's geomagnetic fields, but its crown is in the air and subject to wireless radiation and in other words, they have multi-frequency exposures between their feet in the ground and their heads in the air. And they are perfectly conductive materials. There was this very interesting study in Germany several years ago that I wrote about in my first book, in which a physicist from the Siemens company marched up up to the French Alps, where there was massive forest dieback going on up there, and they had thought that it was acid rain that was the culprit. This physicist, his name was Wolfgang Volkrat, discovered that if they built Faraday cages around some of the bald areas, that the trees would regenerate. It turned out that pine needle configurations are perfect receiving antennas for the microwave bands, which 5G technologies will use in their broadband capacity. Pine trees, conifers, as perfect receiving antennas, would conduct the energy down the tree trunks into the soil, and it also killed all of the microbes in the soil. But when they built the Faraday cages around them, the forest began to regenerate. They discovered that it was due to a lot of the NATO RF equipment that was beaming toward Russia directly through the French Alps that were causing these long stretches of deforestation. I mentioned in my talk a little bit a while ago that this is a significant concern with small cells near to urban forestry at the moment, because this area of research is not well understood and it's not well known. But you bring up a very interesting thing. Again, you guys are asking all the exact right questions. The answers are there. The research is there. You just have to know how to get at it. Yes, and Kent, pull up some of those slides again. You can see the patterns that are on the sides of where the antennas are. It's a gradual process. This doesn't happen overnight. It happens over years. Oh, deciduous trees, tree leaf veins, leaf veins are also conductive materials, and they conduct microcurrent directly into the earth. It's a fascinating area of science.
And something to point out here, are the limits or the exposure that these trees are getting. Notice if you look below the, in fact, I think we have a highlight here, that we're only talking about 0.03% of the FCC limit. But if you expose the trees to that over a long period of time, you can see the degradation occurs. And this isn't just a one-off. They did a study of a whole range of trees, and you can see that they degrade over time.
Yes, this is what I was trying to point out to Commissioner Mays, having to do with nonlinear effects. It's the lowest exposures can often cause the most amount of damage, especially to particularly sensitive environments like this, where what happens is living cells actually just take direction from some of the lower exposures. It couples perfectly with biological microcurrent. It's a very complex situation that we're beginning to understand. See it. You can see it in some of those illustrations. The Environmental Health Trust, Commissioner Sherwood also has a lot more photos that illustrate that, and a very good presentation from the scientist who I believe is from either Germany or Austria, who did that presentation in a forum that they held. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. I just on an aside, Valerie, I keep getting people who are telling me that they're trying to get into this meeting and they cannot multiple times. So I don't know who has the host capacity in this
I'm the host, and I don't see anyone trying to get in right now.
Okay, Karen Camparelli just said that she's trying to get in multiple times among other people. So I'll tell people to try again.
I saw her name pop up earlier and now it's gone.
Okay, and then I know that Representative Walston was kicked out a number of times. So
is in.
Yes, I know she is now, but we just need to make sure. That picture, Blake, and I know it's getting late. I'm just going to be very quick. That picture was point 0. I'm just looking at it because I took a screenshot of it. 0.03% exposure on the left side of that tree over the course of what this shows, 11 years, right? So the exposure that the contract that is before us, that the contract that's before us would allow is 97% stronger than that. Correct?
Okay,
that would legally allow.
So want to field that one?
Well, it'd be if this is 0.03% and the contract would allow you to go up to the FCC limit, which is 100%. So it would be 100 to 200,000 times stronger.
Right.
So yeah, it would be a huge signal compared to what you're seeing here. So yeah, I could have a much faster, depending on the nonlinear aspect, but it would be certainly could degrade the foliage. And I have a link to this report that gives other examples. And so where the city would plant trees, and then they'd put up a cell tower, and there would be degradation of certain types of trees. Blake, I think that you have a lot more information about that than I do. About the exposure.
If you take a look at the computer modeling that was done in the Pura findings of fact, having to do with the Chopin road small cell, at I believe at 30 feet it was 0.0449 or something like that. I forget it off the top of my head, which is already higher than what you just saw as an exposure that was affecting those trees. At the home site, 80 feet away, and again in a nonlinear effect. If you take those models at face value, it was 0.03, which is also higher than what was shown for tree damage with in those slides. So, and different trees react differently. So that small cell is already capable of doing tree damage if there's a tree out in front of it, according to what was shown in those figures for those particular trees in Europe. Now, I don't know what those trees were.
Left to stand, because what they do sometimes is when they put in a small cell, realizing that the tree is going to obscure the signal, they cut the trees down. There have been examples of that in New York City.
Yeah. Oh yes, and there's this one very inconvenient little fact, which is that with 5G, with true 5G frequencies in the gigahertz range, trees actually attenuate those signals, so they interfere with their capacity to work.
So they cut them down in some cases. In fact, make sure that your ordinance doesn't allow them to do exactly that. When they put up a small cell, are they allowed to cut the trees down?
Well, if they don't cut the trees down, though, Kent, they're going to have to jack up the power density, which is going to kill the tree gradually over time anyway.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, this is a no-win situation, especially, I mean, for health with the trees as well. I have one more question for probably Blake, and then I have one more question for Joe, and I know that people are probably exhausted, but I feel like it's just I'm just so tremendously grateful to have this team of people here, and I just want to make sure, for the public's sake, that some of this information gets on the record, because I think that the public of the city of Stamford is going to need to listen to this meeting. So I guess for Blake, and then I have a question for Joseph Sandry and the rest of the team of people experts that came today. But the first one for Blake, you had mentioned the bees, and we have in Stamford a very, very active organization called Pollinator Pathway, where we have very community-based active residents in the city who are passionate about the bees and pollinators. And we actually passed an ordinance here in Stamford. I think it was a year and a half or 2 years ago that changes our blight ordinance to allow for taller grass and allow for native plants to be maintained on properties to attract more bees, mostly because we have such an active community here of residents who are passionate about pollinators. And I was just hoping that you could, for the record and the people of Stamford, get into just explain a little bit more in detail about the effects to bees and pollinators by the use of these small cells. Thank you.
That's wonderful that you're doing that in an urban area. That's terrific. It can only help. I have a whole section on bees in part 2 of our wildlife paper. They're probably, aside from Drosophila, which are fruit flies, are probably the most studied insect having to do with electromagnetic fields in the bioelectromagnetics literature. Bees have what's called magnetite, which is a fascinating crystal, a naturally occurring crystal in bee abdomens. And wherever you get magnetite, and just about all living creatures have it, including humans, around the meninges of the brain. Bees have it in their bellies, and they use it for directional information. And wherever you get a biological magnetite, you get tremendously complex nerve endings that typically feed into it. In the case of bees, it's in their bellies. and that usually indicates that a species has a complex need to know. It's also been found to interfere radio frequency radiation and electromagnetic fields from power lines in certain circumstances have been found to affect what's called the honeybee dance, which is when they dance out a very complex signal to the hive on where different pollinating flowers are located. So there's a tremendous relationship that bees have to natural electromagnetic fields, and radio frequency radiation interferes with that intensely. 5G in particular, you saw those models in my slides. There are 3 links to Arno Thalen's papers that are modeling on maximum absorption in bee bodies. You can see that. I think was Theodora that had shown one of those Thalen's papers. There's a lot of information on that. It's also thought to play a role in colony collapse disorder. I also have a section on that going on in part 2 of the wildlife paper. So turn them on to the information that's available and see what they think about it. Answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much. I guess, Mr. Saundry and everyone's still on, Rob Brown, Blake Levitt, Deborah Davis, Kent Chamberlain, Theodora Scratto, and Joseph. I don't know how this committee and ultimately how this board is going to vote on this contract, but if this body votes against this contract, are you willing to be a resource for us in the city of Stamford to the extent possible that you can be on this issue?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's why we're here. So we're very interested in the thought leaders who really want to, keep moving forward on the notion that the industry should be competing on safety. And a quick coda on the trees and also on some of the economic issues that were raised earlier. I served for a half decade on the board and still serve on something called the Archangel Ancient Tree Archive. And we find the oldest and largest trees of the 60,065 tree species on planet Earth. And we legally protect them, and then we clone them and reforest the planet with them. And there's a lot of data around trees and, not only environmental health, but human health. And one of the aspects of that is Yale, in fact, completed a meta-study, a study of peer-reviewed studies, nearly 1,000 peer-reviewed studies about 2 years ago. And humans, regardless of their economic condition or their genetic disposition or anything, live on average 12 years longer if they live around mature forests, old growth forests. So, this is all directly linked to our health. And of course, and it's also directly linked to our economies. The rising economies, as Theodora showed in a slide earlier, are China, which is well known for taking care of its citizens, has 100-fold less RF exposure limit. France, Belgium, anywhere they're from 10 to 100-fold less. So, there's a lot going on here that's directly related to human health, environmental health, and rising economies, property values, and everything else. Just wanted to add that to the mix. But the short answer is, yeah, happy to help.
Great. Yeah.
Kent, you too?
Oh, absolutely.
You too, Kent?
I mean, I think the easy thing for me to do is just tell what the findings are from New Hampshire, and then other things that we've learned since then, since the commission ended its work. So yeah, count me in.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
We're troopers, Commissioner Sherwood.
Listen, the city of Stamford is very lucky to have you here. The country is very lucky to have good citizens like you dedicate your lives to something like this. And I feel very grateful. And finally, the last thing I want to say is not say, but request all of you brought slides in, and I'm not positive that they all got disseminated among the committee. So did you, I know some of them got sent to me, but I don't think all of them did. And I just want to make sure that we coordinate so that the slides can get put up in the item history so that the public can access them. So I don't know who would be the best person to kind of be a point person for that, but I just want to make sure that the record is available to the public. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sherwood.
Oh, and actually, sorry, Chair Matheny, can I just say one last thing?
Sure.
I know that there has not been a motion to hold this item. It is 11:09. I just want to say on the record that I am not in favor of holding this item at this time. Thank you.
Can I just say one last thing as well?
Sure.
Before, when one of the commissioners was asking Deborah Davis for her credentials, I just wanted to add that Deborah was part of a research team that was nominated for a Nobel Prize. She didn't tell you that, but that she has that to her credit as well.
Thanks for adding that. Attorney Rosenberg, I'm going to ask Representative Stella to go. He hasn't spoken tonight, and then I'm going to come to you for your comments. Representative Stella.
Thank you, Chair. Just have a couple of things. A couple of things that I'm hearing tonight that I find troubling for myself, and I think for people in my district. For many of us, and when we buy a house, you buy a home, and you expect you expect certain things to remain the same. When it comes to so we have a process, and one of the things I heard today is like we have a process when it comes to eminent domain, and the mere fact that by saying yes to this contract, that it could be Eversource or whoever is the utility, that's going to be putting up these poles, that the threat that they could actually put it next to anyone's home without consent, and there's no regulations, because I know they say, oh, it could be 100, cell towers or small cells or antennas or whatever we want to call them. It could be much more than that, and it could be more in the areas that I believe that are more dense than others. So to me, that's where I have I start having a problem. Let alone just, I'm not even getting to the health part of the problem that I'm seeing here, but my understanding, and correct me if anyone in the panel, the invitees but we have 5G, but 5G is not fully developed. And the mere fact that putting up systems up, okay, and saying, hey, we're okay with putting up 5G cell towers without fully understanding what health risk it may give us down the road, or what exactly would it take to fully make 5G operational is a problem for me. There's a severe problem for me, regarding that. And, this is, and going back to the 5G, when you guys were saying, it's like, it's a marketing tool, and it's going to force people to switch to 5G, even if they don't want to. Is it to force people to, like right now, many of us, the funny thing about it is, like, many of us, I was just thinking as you guys were speaking, we buy phones. They tell you that it's 5G, which is really not 5G, but then you get an upgrade on your bill. So though your bill might have been $20, oh, hey, we're gonna give you a brand new phone. Or better yet, you're gonna have to get this upgrade of a phone because your phone is old. We don't have it anymore. The new phone's gonna cost you $1,000. And even if they give you the phone for free, they're still going to tell you, oh, by the way, your bill went from 20 to 35 per line, per whoever, how many people you have on your phone. And that's just phones. We're not talking about, routers. We're not talking about any other upgrade that you need in your house. So I'm not okay with forcing people into a system that we're not sure, because I'm going to tell you right now, for the past, it would take about a year or two that they've been mucking around with the phone lines around, with the cell towers around here, and they're putting new systems. I've been having nothing but problems with my systems here when it comes to either the connecting of my computer or anything else. But we're a board that has made ordinance when it comes to air blowers, because of sound, because of light pollution, and everything else that you could think of. And I just can't see how something that, even if it's the smallest possibility that we could be actually, for lack of a better word of describing, nuking ourselves even better, doing a better job by putting 5G and there's put more radiation into our house when it's not fully studied. I don't see how you guys don't vote this down. Because if not to vote this down, I think I'm gonna have a problem moving forward when every time we put ordinance that are supposed to help because of trees and everything else. Because it's funny how you guys mentioned about trees. There's a guy that lives right across the street from me. The line goes right by his tree, and that since I lived here, the tree looks worse. It looks like it's dying all the time. It's so. I never would have thought about trees. I never would have thought about the radiation coming from a cell tower, but he's right next to it. So it makes perfect sense what you guys are saying. Now that you mention it, and I'm sorry that I'm probably babbling right now because I am exhausted myself. But it really comes down to greed. When we're putting money before, technology in front of, and we're not thinking about the person. We're not thinking about the families. We're not thinking about us as a whole. And I'm just going to ask you guys to hold this item instead of come in front of us. We're going to have to fight for this, but thank you for your time. Thank you for explaining everything to us. And I appreciate everything you've done. Thanks.
Can I make a recommendation? Can I make a recommendation to the committee? Obviously, vote as you will. That's your mandate. You might want to ask if there's any possibility of amending that proposal. If you could actually make amendments to that, you might be able to affect what's happening in the other cities as well. Now that you have this kind of information, you might be able to do something very interesting and very creative and very beneficial to the rest of the state as well. I don't know. That's off the top of my very tired head, but it's just something else to consider. Oh, there's Attorney Smith.
I appreciate it. Well, you know what? I'm going to go to Attorney Rosenberg. I promised him the floor, and
thank you.
Reverend Bukes a long time. Go ahead. Maybe you could address that actual suggestion as well.
With your permission, I'd like Attorney Smith to be able to speak after I conclude, please.
Certainly.
Hello?
Yes, go right ahead. And Attorney Smith can speak afterwards.
All right. So I would request that this matter be continued until the November meeting for the following reasons. Number one, I indicated that I will produce pure records regarding compliance with both 4G and 5G RF radiation standards. Number two, Attorney Sandry indicated that he is willing to review the agreement and provide his comments, and perhaps that will enable us to arrive in an agreement that will be more palatable to the committee and to the board as a whole. Number three, Representative Mays commented that basically, and with all due respect to the learned witnesses who testified tonight, but Attorney Mays commented we're only hearing one side of the story, so I would like the opportunity to present evidence which contradicts the testimony of tonight's witnesses. And lastly, and I say this with all due respect to the committee, Chairman Bucas, at the outset of this meeting, I asked that I be allowed to examine the witnesses, and he said I would. And I do have questions, and again, with all due respect, I represent the administration, and we're entitled to due process. And if I'm not allowed to, and I don't propose to do it now because of the late hour, but if I'm not allowed to examine the witnesses on behalf of the administration, in my opinion, you're depriving the administration of its due process rights. So thank you for hearing me, members of the committee. And now I defer to Attorney Smith, please.
First, to respond to the question about amendments, you can certainly approach the carriers about amendments. Their willingness to entertain that, of course, will depend on the nature of the amendments. It's really premature at this point to try to speculate as to whether the agreement can be amended. In theory, it can. In practice, I expect it will depend on the nature of the amendment sought. And just to sum up, and at the risk of repeating myself, well, first, thank you all. I've learned a lot in this discussion. There's a lot of good information. At the end of the day, I reiterate that this information, this valuable information, is properly to be brought before the FCC. That as a matter of law, the city of Stamford cannot make decisions on applying on applications for this kind of equipment based on its own radio frequency standards. I don't think that will fly in court. You're certainly entitled to test it in court. I would caution that it will be time consuming and expensive with little likelihood of success. And with that, I will close and thank you again for your time.
Can I just say one thing? This is, I suppose, directed to Attorney Rosenberg. I would like to point out to him that we're not witnesses. We are expert panelists and invited to this commission, and I don't think any of us have agreed to be part of a cross-examination by the mayor's office. If the mayor's office wants to contact us individually, I'm sure that would be fine, but it's not going to be in any kind of a litigious mentality, because we just have not agreed to anything like that. I just wanted to point that out to Attorney Rosenberg.
Yeah, it's apparent that you don't want anyone to question your statements, which is absolutely absurd. You have no right to make you have no right to make representations that are uncontested without the opportunity to be probed as to the validity of your assertions.
This is not a court of law. This is not a court of law, and neither is the mayor's office. We are perfectly willing, I'm sure, and I speak for others, to stand up for whatever it is that we presented in this forum. It's all factual information.
Sorry,
Yeah, but you're not
Rosenberg.
Hello,
Excuse me.
Willing to be questioned from another point of view.
Rosenberg.
Point of order. Point of order.
This is not the forum for this type of discussion. You know, we had the expert witnesses, or they're not witnesses, experts here today to talk about their research, and you know, it's up to the chair, Bucus, or the committee to have maybe another meeting to have the other side present. But I don't think that that's the forum for that today. Thank you. Representative Sherwood, did you have a point of order?
I had a point of order just to remind the committee and the invited guests that no one is able to speak until the chair recognizes them. And the chair's representative, Matheny, at this time. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Did you have your Representative Grumberger? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that Attorney Rosenberg says he represents the administration, but I want to remind everybody that he also represents the Board of Representatives.
Thank you for that. Representative Adams, did you have your hand up for more questions?
Yes. Well, based on the city attorney, I like to make a motion to let him have a opportunity to discuss with the panel that's just present. So I like to make a motion to hold, and if I can get a second and take a vote. Thank you.
Is there a second? I don't hear one, Representative Adams. And with that, I don't see any additional hands. So it looks like we have come to the vote for this item. Ms. Rosenson?
Yep.
Would think we'd have to take a roll call vote for this,
Sure. Okay.
if you wouldn't mind.
No problem. This is a motion to approve LU 31032. Representative Bucus, I see you're still on.
Yes, my vote is no.
Representative Sherwood.
No.
Representative Adams.
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
No.
Representative Garst.
No.
Representative Grumberger.
No.
Representative Matheny.
No.
Representative Mays. I believe Representative Mays may no longer be on the meeting. I don't see Representative Mays. Representative Somerville.
I vote no.
Representative Tomas.
No.
That fails. 1, 2, 8, 180.
Okay. And that was to
approve.
To approve. Okay. So with that, I think that we've come to the end of our meeting. I wanted to thank all of the people who are invited guests today. It was quite a lively debate, and I appreciate it. And thank you all for coming. And a motion to adjourn. Entertainment.
So move.
Second.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Night.
Thanks.